Hello, everybody, and welcome to week 2 of Brawl Masters. This is NA Open Qualifier number 2. I'm Ask Joshi. This is EFTA, and we are here to bring you all of the Brawl Stars action for North America today.
Heck yeah, we're going to be bringing it. It's mad fun. We were here last week. We got to see some of the big names and some of the big teams that are known around the scene. Some of the teams that aren't known around the scene that are going to make a big splash, hopefully. I'm sure they hope so, but we'll see how that all works out. The top end of our teams are kind of stacked, in all honesty, but the gameplay was, just a lot of fun.
Yeah, last week we saw the team called FA Gods, now Tribe Gaming for North America, actually taking them down, taking 15 points for their first place finish, as well as the first place cash prize. Let's talk about the format here of Brawl Masters for the folks that are just joining us. Last week we had the first open qualifiers for NA and EU. They're running side by side. NA is not playing against EU, so we've got NA on Saturdays, EU on Sundays, but 3 open qualifiers for each region. 64 teams max, and we are very close to that limit today here for North America. Again, we are featuring a draft mode for every single best of 3 match in these open qualifiers, where you can actually strategically choose modes and characters to remove from each match. And the top 8, as you see there, they gain points. Those are qualifying points over 3 open qualifiers to try to make it into week 5. Week 4 is a last chance qualifier that will remove the already qualified teams, and someone will be able to sneak their way into that 5th week where you'll have increased prize money. So you can see the point breakdown there. First place will get 15 points, and so on and so forth. So 3 open qualifiers. We're in week 2 now. Last chance in a couple of weeks from now, and then playoffs in 4 weeks' time. That'll be $1,000 prize pool per region. A lot to take in there on that graphic, but 5 weeks of play overall. We're in week 2 now, and can't wait to see more Brawl Stars action unfold.
Yeah, that's the fun part. Specifically, I like the LCQs, as we call them, the last chance qualifiers. Listen, not everybody can kind of get in here into the regular stuff, or maybe you're just kind of arrogant and think that you can just do it in one shot. So we give you the last chance to kind of jump in there, whether it's schedule or otherwise. Teams kind of line up, and week in, week out, we get good quality Brawl Stars action. NA on Saturday, EU on Sunday, and we just continue to see kind of the top teams come out and crush. It's mad fun. Playoffs will be awesome, and we'll see the big picture a little bit later on. But the weekly in and out here, Josh, I think is a lot of fun and a big part of what makes Brawl Stars Brawl Stars.
Yeah, and we can talk about basically the open qualifiers as a specific portion of this event. Basically, again, we mentioned 64 teams can sign up. We had open signups throughout the week, and obviously with one more open qualifier taking place next Saturday, you will have a chance to play in it. You can sign up still for that 3rd open qualifier, and of course the last chance qualifier after that. But you can see up to 64 teams. It is a single elimination bracket, and every single match will be a best of 3 draft mode that determines the modes that will be played. Obviously, Brawl Stars has a bunch of different ways to play, and then one brawler per team will actually be banned out for the entire best of 3 match, no matter what modes are chosen. So after the modes are determined, then they can choose a brawler to keep away from their opponents. If someone on the enemy team is well known for using Mortis or something like that, you can do a targeted ban. Or last week we saw a lot of Colette bans, just being a strong brawler in general, drawing a lot of attention from those individual bans. But once we get into the games, it'll feel a lot more natural. Right now, again, it's kind of hard to take it all in without seeing it in play, but it's a pretty natural flow once we get things started. And then, of course, the rewards. Again, top 8 gaining points, top 4 getting that cash money, and $250 for the top team in each of these open qualifiers.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to take away is that draft mode. We'll see it when we get into the gameplay, but it's mad fun. This is like really what makes Brawl Masters, our qualifiers here, and of course the big show, a lot of fun. Looking at the different ways. Listen, esports is about adaptability. You jump in, the enemy has a composition that's 2 healers in a tank. You got to be able to adapt to next game when they play 3 DPS. And this is the same idea. If you have one single approach, if your team comes to the game the same way every time, you're going to lose because you'll just get banned out. And that's the beauty of Brawl Stars. Taking a look at what goes on here. the draft mode makes me real excited and just makes sense with everything that goes on here. And then, like Josh, you said, we've got the prize pool here. Top 8 gain 8 points, or excuse me, gain some points. And then it's all about the Benjamins. In the qualifiers, we have the stuff that's going on the left-hand side, and then we saw the playoffs, like Josh, you broke down earlier, and that is a little bit more money there.
Yep, so the 3 qualifiers, $250 for first prize on each of those. Top 4 teams get paid, and then in the playoffs, yeah, it doubles up. Basically, you can see across the board, third place getting slightly more than that, but prize pool for North America laid out there for you, and of course, it's up to the teams to play their best each and every single week, try and earn as much of that qualifier money on the way to the playoffs as possible. And of course, you could play, a single team. FA Gods last week, now Tribe Gaming, again, just reiterating that. They got 15 points in the first week. They could, again, play all the way through the bracket today, get another $250, play next week, get another $250. Then I'm sure that would qualify them for the playoffs, so they would skip the last chance qualifier. But again, make as much money as you can along the way here. And it's up to other teams like Tempo and IX to try and slow down Tribe Gaming this week and in those future qualifiers.
Yeah, the top side of the bracket was very strong. Let's just say that. So we'll see. I honestly expect here, Josh, as we watch our qualifiers week after week after week, I expect to see a lot of the same names, which, I mean, I have no problem with that. We know who the strong teams are. It'd be awesome to see kind of a dark horse kind of come up, and I think there is potential there. But at the end of the day, we've got Tribe Gaming coming in here. We've got Tempo. We've got a lot of these teams that people know and love, and I expect them to be just as dominant.
Yeah, I've actually got the bracket just opened on my own PC here, and I do recognize a lot of the same teams from last week. Tribe Gaming actually already into the round of 16, and that's what we are currently trying to set up now for everybody. Obviously, as the tournament started about an hour ago with those close to 64 teams, they've been, battling it out. Sometimes in these open events, you've got no-shows and things like that. So it can take a little bit of time to trickle into the round of 16. But again, once we get rolling, all the other matches taking place off-stream should be able to catch up with us since we're on the broadcast, talking about all the bans and picks and things like that, actually getting into games. So bear with us here as we try to get this first match going. But you can see there on your screen now that the first match is actually already determined. At least it's going to be Tribe Gaming versus Sus Boys. And Sus Boys, I'm not sure if you're familiar with any of the players there. I'm going to read them. Bobo Life, Cash, spelled with a K, Easy Livy, Ben, and Shoxy. Not sure specifically myself about any of those players, but Tribe Gaming, of course, we will recognize. On the
Cash actually is kind of a throwback name for me. I recognize Cash a little bit, so we'll see how he kind of winds up there. Across the way, Shoxy is a world championship Call of Duty player, but I don't think it's the same.
No,
I don't think it's the same guy.
In that case.
But these are the fun rounds. These are where we get to see a lot of the non-meta picks, a lot of just, straight up the weird stuff, and that's fun to watch and kind of go, throw stuff at the wall, see what sticks.
Yeah, some of these teams playing in the open bracket are some of the best teams in North America, so occasionally you're going to see either, a top team taking it easy and choosing some weird stuff like you mentioned, or maybe some pocket picks that they don't get to play normally that they're just, fans of because they're not meta, or, they're just slightly lower damage than some other pick that's similar, something like that. So early rounds can definitely be a bit more volatile. Later rounds, you tend to see a lot more like showdown, standoff type battles. But any moment now, I believe we are, still getting up players ready to go. But I played a lot of Brawl Stars this week, trying to get hyped up and get ready and learn some more strategies here for this week.
Heck yeah, that's always what we're looking for. I was in the middle. I'm in the new device conversation. I bought myself. I'm an iPhone guy. Well, I'm not, and this is a larger conversation, sure. But I bought myself a new phone, and I hate it, and so I'm back on my old phone, and I'm shopping for a new one. I know a lot of people out there use the OnePlus. They kind of sponsor the world, and so I don't know. I'm making decisions as far as that's concerned, but Brawl Stars is a big part of my device choice for sure. So I'm kind of choosing and being a little bit careful as far as where I'm going to invest next.
So I'm a little cursed with mobile gaming because I'm actually 6'3". I have kind of big hands, and it's hard to play on phones. Like it is. But now we actually do have the draft mode that we mentioned earlier. We talked about it and tried to visualize it. Now you can actually see it there on your screen with a couple of modes, banned out, heist being one of them there, and it looks like bounty also being removed. So gem grab, brawl ball, and siege will be the modes. Now siege being that third mode means that we don't necessarily have to play it. If one team or the other takes a 2-0 lead in the series, we just won't play siege at all. We'll just keep on moving. But you can see the maps start to come in there as well. We're going to see Crystal Arcade on gem grab as our first map, and Backyard Bowl on brawl ball at least.
Don't forget Tribe Gaming was FA Gods last year, or last week, so they are the team that kind of took the entire tournament pretty handily, in all honesty, in the finals. So Sus Boys, like I said, we know Cash. This guy's a little familiar to the scene. He's a strong player in his own right, but Tribe Gaming are the big Frost Giants right in front of him. So we've got Gem Grab with Crystal Arcade, and then we'll see Brawl Ball show up. Brawl Ball is usually where I expect the top end teams to kind of stay top end. That's where your hours in the gym. It's a game inside of a game, and understanding how that one kind of works is fun to kind of look at how these solidified strategies work out. That's usually dominated by the top card. But then we go to Gem Grab or Siege, that usually maintains the idea, but that's the opportunity where like oddball compositions and like weird specialty picks and different strategies can kind of catch people by surprise, and you might see the lower end team kind of come in, or the lower seeded team rather come in and get an okey doke, as I like to say. So we'll see if that's the case here with Gem Grab, and stretch this out to Siege.
Yep, Gem Grab and Siege, I feel like play out a lot more like deathmatch style, a bit more just go full speed, try and, maintain map control the entire time. Well, Backyard Bowl takes a lot more strategic decision making, basically, like where the ball is actually even just sitting, whether it's on your side of the field or their side of the field while you're battling it out, trying to secure a kill matters, because if you're in control of the ball, you know exactly where it's at. There's no surprises until someone charges in, then you've got time to react. If the ball is on their side of the field at any moment, it could just come flying any number of different directions. Of course, supers can come flying out and remove terrain at the same time, so you've always got to be mindful with Backyard Bowl of your positioning, and of course the net specifically. Keep someone there, maybe as a goalkeeper, to try and block things. But last week we saw a couple of different varieties of strategy. Some were more standoff, like defensive plays, and one of the teams just kind of walked it right in. But finally we do have our map selection for Siege. It's going to be nuts and bolts. And then now the exciting part, the brawler ban. Will mention that Amber is globally banned. We will not be seeing any Amber this weekend in today's matches.
Makes sense. When the new brawlers come out, we generally see global bans for them, just to make sure that everybody kind of, one, gets a chance to, I guess, incorporate them into their compositions, but more importantly, all the kinks are kind of ironed out, so to speak. And so we'll see how the future holds. But with Gene gone, this is a great look. I think a lot of teams kind of rely on Gene to look for the pulls and just really set up their DPS in general, whether it's Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, or Siege. Of course, Gene stands up tall. So here we get the first ban out. No big deal. No surprise. I think we'll see a lot of Gene bans as the night goes on.
Yeah, Gene is one of those individually very powerful brawlers just because he has displacement. You can choose where to put an enemy brawler, and that's obviously incredibly powerful. No matter who else is on your team, whether they're tanky or glass cannons or whatever, Gene has the ability to plop the bad guy right where you need him. But taking some time here, our Sus Boys trying to figure out what they want to keep away from our Open Qualifier #1 champions. Again, Tribe Gaming, brand new to North America because they did just sign last week's victors, FA Gods. But on Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, and Siege, I do expect to see some frenetic battles here. Lots of long-range shooters. So I'm trying to remember, I think Colette probably fits the bill for a ban that we would see just based on these modes. Poco, interesting. Okay, so removing the support from both sides. We didn't see a whole lot of Poco last week. Just a little bit, maybe, but maybe they know something we don't.
Poco ban is curious coming out here from Sus Boys. Poco enables the the double tank healer strat pretty hard. He's one of the few characters that has like the raw heals that you can really rely on. Pam, you know, not the same level of heals that Poco really brings, as well as some of the other characters. So the Poco ban is interesting. I'm not going to say I don't get it at all, but it is not what I would consider a ban that we would expect to see the rest of the evening. You know, kind of set us up for seeing multiple Colette bans. The Jean ban, I expect to see a whole bunch. If teams prioritize, you know, if we see Bounty a little bit more often, maybe we do go to some of those long-range character bans out here. But Poco, probably a spot ban here and there, not something I expect to see all evening.
Gotcha. And yeah, there's just obviously such a huge variety of characters in Brawl Stars, some just providing heavy utility, some super long range, some super high health pools, that it's tough to single out a single brawler on any of these matches on who you want to remove from 3 different modes that all play wildly differently. So obviously nothing is too surprising. Tara being another brawler that sometimes we see getting focused on the bans. So curious if we're going to see Colette or Tara actually getting picked, since they did survive this draft mode. But any moment we will be jumping into our first match of the day, Tribe Gaming versus SusBoys. Obviously Tribe Gaming are the heavy favorites, seeded #1 based off of last week's competition, last week's performance. So SusBoys definitely have their work cut out for them. Tribe Gaming, I mean, they won last week because they had the fewest weaknesses. I would ask, you know, what do SusBoys look for? But honestly, just any opening at all is pretty much the answer.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, Tribe Gaming are a very strong team. That's why they got picked up here. And so at the end of the day, it's really less. I believe this to be true, with the exception of, like, you know, mortar specialists, etc. Like teams that really, like, maybe you've got a secret pocket Leon pick or something. I don't know. With the exception of that, just play the game. I think it's tough to kind of overthink about what your opponent's bringing. You know, get into your own head about what they're going to be. Just focus on how you guys approach the field, maintaining a team identity, looking for that, pushing forward with that mentality. That's what makes you successful. Practicing in your own gym, not the opponent's. And so I think as long as we see SusBoys kind of stick to what it is that makes them great, that'll stop them from you know, getting stuck in electrical.
Yeah, I like that assessment. It's not quite like a 3v3 basketball game, let's say, where like they've got a 7'5" dude, where clearly it's going to change the entire, you know, field of play. Everyone's starting in the same even playing field here. So it's not just like an individual playmaker necessarily that you need to try to shut down. It is that synergy between 3 different players that have, you know, played together numerous times. So even, you know, double teaming the 7'5" guy is not going to work out if the other players are, you know, doing their jobs. So kind of interesting mechanics. Again, every single player matters, every single second matters in some of these modes. Brawl Ball specifically, the timer, you'll see a lot of action just in the last few seconds. Heist can definitely play out like that. Siege, not so much. Obviously, Siege is very based on momentum shifts, but yeah, every second, every frag totally matters. Being out of position, getting caught out, that's what you need to try to minimize to face a higher rated team for sure.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. You know, you got to be aware of the big picture and how your team is going to assess each map and each mode. You know, if you're playing on Snake Prairie, you got to be aware of how you're going to be, whether you want to use the brush or you want to destroy the brush. You know, so those different approaches might change things up. But as we jump into Gem Grab here at Crystal Arcade, I expect to be a very, very standard game, Joshy.
Excellent. Getting into the action. Finally, what we're all here to see. You can see Tribe along the bottom side of your screen. Actually just taking their lanes very quickly here. It's going to be Sprout grabbing the first couple of gems and putting them in the lead, while SusBoys actually getting forced back. Bobo is going to be the first one taken down by Zulan over on the left side. Now Sprout getting in on the action as well. So SusBoys already on the back foot, down 4 gems.
The mid control here from Tribe is the big deal. They're able to just kind of lock this down, and SusBoys, without really making any big plays, are going to get 0 gems. Right now, I think the best course of action would be to focus one person down. They've got some long range damage in their Piper, but the Rosa is a little bit of a liability in my opinion here. Just not able to get into range. Tyrant Star over here is just toying him around on the right lane with the call. There goes the super. and it brings Rosa down to half HP. But I like the choice of getting aggressive, but not over aggressive. That allows Tyrant Star to stick to it, come down with the kill, and ultimately, I think, wind up with the win.
Yeah, you can see Sprout just chilling the entire game in that midsection while the left and right flanks basically push forward as necessary. And Sprout, being able to just block off that entire midsection, was able to just hang out near the mine, grab every single gem. He had 10 on him there at the end, and you can see that's why he got that Star Player Award. So the way this works, basically, we will go back to that same map for Gem Grab, and Tribe Gaming now up 1-0, just need to try to win it one more time to go into the next mode, Brawl Ball. So Susboys not dead in Gem Grab yet. They got a chance to see what Tribe Gaming were playing, and now they will have a chance to rebut and try to figure out, do they want to switch their composition? Rosa, you mentioned, did feel a little outclassed. She's just kind of a one-trick pony, right? Just run up and punch things and be the gem carrier generally. Like, just that high HP pool and the shield lends itself toward that. But Rosa never got into Sprout's Sanctuary there in the center, and here we run it back.
Yeah, it just really was problematic, just keeping her at bay. And here you see Easy kind of going into that Sprout, who was banned a number of times last time. When you combine Sprout with When you combine Sprout with Spike, it is just so incredibly difficult to get into an area where the enemy team doesn't want you to get into. But this is a great change around here from Sus Gaming, or Sus Boys rather, where they push up Tribe Gaming on their back foot. But remember, before I said I liked the aggressiveness, the aggression, but not over aggression from Tribe. Sus Boys fall into their own trap. They get aggressive, but too aggressive, and they wind up paying for it.
Yeah, this is the first time actually right now they're pushing forward past that midsection. Again, Sprout just setting up in the center, grabbing every single gem, allowing the left and right flanks to do their jobs. You can see the enemy Carl spinning his way into death, unfortunately, just going in blind, did not see Tyrant, kind of waiting for him on the other side. Again, Sprout blocking that midsection completely with his terrain blocker and then backing off as soon as he gets 10 gems. Sus Boys do not have basically the coverage they need. The left side, Terra, a little bit weak against the Spike, never really gaining that ground, and Zulon getting another kill against him puts Tribe in the winner's seat here. But at the last second, the kamikaze dive from Carl manages to kill him, but again, all the gems are dropped right in front of that spawn, so too little too late, perhaps.
That's why your positioning is important, you know. Sus Boys get a second wind, so to speak, but as fleeting as the wind may be, it takes away 0. Match over. Tribe Gaming take the first round here on Gem Grab rather easily, rather handedly.
Yeah, looks like Zulon, you know, just covering the left side entirely. Terra on the other side was unable to ever gain any ground. Sprout, again, Corey just chilling in the middle, grabbing every gem, blocking the entrances as necessary. Could not have really gone smoother. I really like what the Carl player on Tribe was doing on the right side as well, just basically running circles around the brush, throwing out that, you know, pickaxe, hammer, whatever it is, based on the skin you're using. It turns out it is a hammer in some of those skins, so you're right there. But Carl doing good zoning, I guess, is how I'll describe that. Put Tribe Gaming up 1-0 in sets here now, and Brawl Ball will be our next mode where everything changes again, because we've mentioned it before, it's kind of like a game within a game, kind of changes everything up strategically, positionally, and the brawlers that you actually want to bring along change quite dramatically as well.
I want to run off that word you just used, zoning. That's perfect for what that composition out of Tribe was. The Sprout, the Spike, and the Carl. All these characters, I mean, Spike, whether he has curveball or not, is going to be able to just like create this large, you can't go here area. That's a lot of what Spike is trying to do when he tosses out his nonsense. As well as Carl, just consistently, no ammo to worry about, just consistently tossing out damage. And then when you're able to, you can kind of speed on up. And when we saw it again, when we talk about Gem Grab, we talk about calculated aggression. He goes up, but not all the way up, and that allows him to really do what he wants. And that first game, I think, was perfection as far as the execution was. Immediately, we see the entire team push up to that like 25-yard line, so to speak, right? Just a little bit beyond that halfway mark, and say, all right, if you want to get in here, try it, bro. And they just couldn't because of the zoning characters. Fantastic stuff out of Tribe Gaming. They make mincemeat out of Sus Boys in round 1.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned like the invisible imaginary 25-yard line, because that is exactly how they played it. They went up to a certain point and just stopped as soon as they established that line of scrimmage where Sprout could basically just plop the barrier. They were good to go. So really interesting tactics. Definitely played it cleanly, and Sus Boys, you know, they see what they're up against here. Brawl Ball, again, could be a totally different story. All it takes is, you know, one well-timed ultimate and kick, and you can, you know, break through several barriers, cover half the map at one time. So it's a high-tension game, Brawl Ball, and now we are into the game. Zulan on the left side, Tyrant center, Corey on the right as Mr. P this time. Looks like Penny actually getting employed this time for Sus Boys on the far right.
Ooh, an interesting choice. We'll see. I'm eager to see what the loadout is here for Penny, as you know, a lot of different choices to make her effective as far as damage is concerned and stuff. So we'll see how that all works out. But right now, Tyrant Star and Zulan on the bad side as big damage comes out from Sus Boys, but Corey's here to protect the ball. He can do it by himself. Penny losing the trade out.
Yeah, Corey has dodged every single Penny rocket so far, but he can just lob the briefcases right back, and they cover like a much larger, faster area. So Penny's been struggling over there, and now finally with the respawns, Ball is back in control of Tribes Gaming. Really center field, but you can see them pushing forward now, just really hitting the gas on Max and Nani up there in the front, and Colette just missing that dash. Could have gotten a double kill. Corey goes down, so now I think this play is going to stop.
Zulan's going to push on up here. Here's Penny in defense. Gets it
wow,
in
he got it past.
Either way. Well done there from Zulan, and you know, this could be a 1-1 game. Sus Boys missed that opportunity. Shoutouts to Corey, who's doing a great job of keeping Casher, you know, in Cash on the right side in a good position, or bad position for Sus Boys, I suppose. But I don't know. I think that was a missed opportunity. I would have liked them to be a little bit more aggressive here, Joshy. And because of that, Sus Boys are looking up at an 0-1 game.
There was that point where, you know, they had a 2 versus 1 man advantage, Sus Boys, but they were both around half health and couldn't make it happen. There's that exact play that I was talking about before, where you literally just blow up the barrier, shoot it as a follow-up, and you can sneak it right past. So every single second, you've got to keep an eye on those more destructive players. And Penny does have some loadouts where she can blow things up with her cannon as well. So got to keep an eye out for that. But again, Mr. P, just the 1v1 matchup means Penny is just struggling over there. And again, Penny goes down. Now a second kill. And the ball itself, yeah, it's over. They're taking their time with it. A little bit of a run up there toward the end, but victory in the end for Zulan and company on Tribe. Again, the way the format works, we will go back to this Brawl Ball map here in a moment, but I don't know that Penny was like necessarily like a weak spot or anything. It was just tough. It was just like a notably tough matchup there on that right side.
Well, look, the caster and me loved that game because the Penny, I think a lot of people are scratching their heads as far as like some of the newer players, but that's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to find that explosion. And we saw them actually score off of it. And so if I'm on this team, if I'm coaching this team, you know, watching and how that one worked out, we did the thing, you know, like the Rock beat the Scissor, but like when the world plays paper, you're just kind of messed up. And so I applaud Sus Boys for having a strategy, sticking to it, and successfully executing. But here you see them fall back. They still bring out the Penny, but they've got the Pam along here alongside, and it's a little bit more standard. So.
Yeah, and they actually find that first blood as well. Bobo now moving forward with the ball as they get a second pick. Tyrant on his own, but staying really well in the brush there. But yeah, again, the ball did not cover enough space during that sort of power play, and Zulan and company are back now, just dishing the damage, coming right back at them.
Again, so I think there was a smaller window of opportunity than what we saw last game, but Sus Boys seem to be, if there's 40 seconds on the clock, I think they push that and they go for the goal. They seem to be a little timid when it comes to making these aggressive plays because they got punished for being over-aggressive in map number 1, don't forget. And so here, they have a sort of opening again. Tyrant Star is really tanky, so that's going to prevent a lot of what's going on here. Last shot from Cash is good. And so again, here's an opportunity. Cash has to walk on up, and his teammate dies down. The first one was a missed opportunity for a goal. This one, I'm not sure if there was a goal on the way, but I need to see a little bit more aggression out of Sus Boys. They're playing it safe, too safe.
A little bit of stacking up on the side of Tribe actually ends up with Corey going down and the others getting very low. The Penny Rockets, of course, do that splash after they connect, so having everybody in the brush was a big no-no for them. However, nothing really lost in terms of goals. Corey is right back into the action while the rest of the team is still pretty close to high health. And now the ball getting kicked just back towards center, giving everyone a chance to react to it. About 40 seconds left now. You mentioned before maybe being a time where players tend to push up. You can see Pam on the left side, Tyrant trying to 1v1 there with that super in play, but the ball itself, again, not really doing a whole lot. Bobo dies finally, so Tribe has an opportunity now.
That's game. Just puts it in. All right.
Oh, he tried. Maybe he tried to style on him a little bit. Bobo able to pop
That's
out,
all
though.
he did.
Yeah.
That's all he did there. That's a little bit of a throw, but they knew that they had the time, and so they'll be able to take it. Disrespectful. That's what I'm going to say there. That's what happened, but got on here for it. Overtime opens up the window for Sus Boys. Tribe Gaming generally has the ball literally in their hands. They get a kill on the right-hand side. Ball goes in from distance.
Wow.
Did not see that one coming. Now that the Sus Boys, Tribe Gaming taking it too.
Well, Tribe Gaming, a little bit of a unforced error there before overtime began, but then after overtime, you see Tyrant actually just making up for that and taking the series. Actually, the entire series is over now. It's Tribe Gaming 2-0, and Sus Boys, because this is a single elimination bracket, they are going to be done for the day, done for the weekend, and they will have to reevaluate their strategies coming back for Open Qualifier number 3 next weekend. But Tribe Gaming, again, top seed. They won last week. Like, Sus Boys should not feel bad about making it to the round of 16 and losing to, you know, our top team.
I do want to say as well, you know, even in the round of 16, when you talk open qualifiers, a lot of these early matches are a little lopsided. And here in the round of 16, you expect more lopsided. You expect like almost troll games from Tribe, and here they got punished a little bit in Brawl Ball. Obviously, it's a 2-0 here, but if you look intrinsically, you saw good stuff out of Sus Boys. This wasn't, you know, like I said, it's a sweep, but it wasn't an embarrassing sweep. I think Sus Boys have the good materials to make something of themselves a little bit later on. I would love to see them in the future.
Yeah, I think if you only caught Gem Grab of that series, you might be like, okay, Sus Boys are not worth watching. But Brawl Ball, they definitely held their own a lot better. And with kind of a weird, you know, unexpected pick. I won't say weird, I guess. Penny is actually very strong. I read a tier list recently that said Penny was actually viable now. But again, like, you have to minimize mistakes. That's why Penny can capitalize on people being bunched up, and obviously some interesting plays with the cannon. But otherwise, people can just run circles around Penny if she can't land the actual auto attack. But our next match is already determined, so that's great. Tempo Storm versus Yonan Dragons and Friends, I believe, is slightly cut off there on the end, but Yonan is how I'm choosing to pronounce that until otherwise corrected. And Tempo Storm, of course, was one of our top seeds last week. They are one of the strongest teams in North America, and we are already done with the map draft mode. So Gem Grab is out, Siege is out, Hot Zones are out, Heist, Brawl Ball, and Bounty are in.
I need to ask the guys at the studio. I need to ask Danny or Frank about this Bounty map Excel, because it's got to be named after the spreadsheet, right?
Right,
like,
yeah. They're little
be.
cells. You can see even just on the thumbnail, they look like a grid layout, right?
Well,
like
the map is an entire big grid, and like it has to be kind of like a joke towards it.
For sure.
And because we've been joking about it for years, but I've never gotten confirmation. So I got to ask the guys at home. We've got Super Stadium here, and then Safe Zone for Heist. This one is a fun one. I expect to see characters that can make it over those water traps. Maybe we get to see the boy Daryl. We saw Daryl a couple of times last week, which is not a character you get to see all the time. So obviously we'll see Colette not banned here. So I think we're going to get a chance to see some Colette. And, you know, where those characters go it has a lot to do with. Usually I find that the mode is more important than the map with respect to your choices, but for Safe Zone, whenever we talk about the water traps or whatnot, trying to get over those barriers is a big deal. So
All right, yeah, and you can see the brawler bans. Sprout, who was heavily featured in Gem Grab last series, is going to be missing in action this time. And Gene, again, no grabs for either side as we move on here. Tempo Storm versus Yonan Dragons and Friends. Again, we are in the round of 16. If you're just joining us, go ahead and tell all your friends, first of all, that some great Brawl Stars action is happening. Let them know, link them the stream wherever you happen to be watching. Make sure you follow the stream yourself for more action in the coming weeks, not just NA on Saturdays, but EU on Sundays. We would definitely appreciate it. Again, I'm Ask Joshi, this is FDOT, and we are bringing you all the action for the North American Open qualifiers. We got the last chance qualifier after that, and the playoffs a couple of weeks from now, but just waiting for some more action. My favorite part is, like, as soon as that skull flies past the screen and I know that we're going to be actually commentating, I'm like, finally, you know, get to see some explosions and things. This part's cool, like all the speculation, like, oh, we might see this, might see that, but honestly, when the bullets and things start flying, we do have our game ready to go now. This is where everything, all the magic happens. Tempo Storm versus Yonan Dragons and Friends, getting started here on, I believe it is Heist here, as we have Spike on the left side trying to battle back. We got Brock in action, some longer range actually on both sides this time, and it's going to be by Parker falling first.
Interesting choices here. So my expectation that we'd see a lot of characters that can get over these water traps, not so correct. Instead, we just see the long range damage, kind of brute forcing it here, and we're gonna, well, Alec goes down right away. Bobby and OG kind of trying to hold up the mid, but Ye is able to kind of make it through, provide some damage onto the box, but look at your top right, already 37% left. A ton of damage done for Yonan, or against Yonan's box, but this is their opportunity to fight it on back. Big damage coming into Tempo Storm's box, down to 40-30 and below 10% left on the red side. OG behind it, just a matter of moments, and he cuts it down. Yonan had a moment there, but Tempo Storm, they sneak past the back line, and OG's able to finish it off. So some good stuff there from Tempo Storm. NA strong, kind of making it happen here. Yonan Dragon struggling, but finding, again, just like Sus Boys in the last one, finding windows. So not completely getting ran over, which is what I want to see as we play here in the round of 16. I think you've got opportunities to see blowouts, but those are the type of games that I think are more that are more fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely don't love seeing 100 zeros, even though they can be expected when you've got super strong, solid, you know, well-established teams against who knows what. Yonan Dragons and Friends do actually have some fans in our YouTube chat, I notice here, so definitely not completely unknown to the world, and actually showing, you know, they've got some potent players. So the fact that they were able to keep it close in that very first round, let's see if they're able to match that performance as we continue on. Obviously, there was a point, I think it had 5% on the safe there at the very end. Anyone walking up and breathing on it was going to be able to secure that. So obviously you have to try to avoid getting into that situation in the first place. But we are back now, running it here. Ooh, that's a shiny Mortis right there for Bobby.
I saw Bobby post on Twitter earlier. He unlocked the all gold Mortis, and he was like, "That's it. That's all I'm playing." And so here he goes. Mortis is stronger than people think. I think he once was kind of a joke. Now people realize how strong he is, but it is still specific. I'll go out on a limb and say this is probably not Mortis's best spot to play around in. But I mean, Bobby gonna try and make it work, especially after game number
juking.
1.
Yeah, he's dodging and diving and getting all over the place there. Finally, he just goes straight in toward the back line there, and actually is starting to wail on the safe itself. Under 60% now, 40% and falling. Brock actually has a clean line as well from the left side, 39%, 36%. It's still taking damage, and the Yonan Dragons and Friends are just marching down the field trying to hit the enemy safe instead of dealing with Alec, still over there with incredibly low health, launching rocket after rocket. 24% is all that remains, and actually still falling.
Jumping away is OG. But the damage is being done up top as well. You can see a little bit of damage being dealt to Tempo Storm, but being dealt from Tempo Storm is the bigger picture. There again. Down goes the box. Easy peasy. Job.
Yeah, that time Bobby was able to just drill up the middle there with the Golden Mortis featured and basically just got all the way to the safe itself. Brock on the left side able to just free fire over the water feature there, and no one was able to really get back over in time to slap him down. So again, Tempo Storm kind of doing as expected again as the higher seeded team, starting us off strong there with that 2-0 victory on Heist. Next, Brawl Ball again can be wildly different. A single goal in a single second can win you an entire game, essentially. So Yonan Dragons and friends still have some life left in them, but are facing elimination if they can't get it going on Brawl Ball.
Got to turn up here. Like I said, we saw some signs of life there in our first 2 maps, watching Tempo Storm kind of take down Yonan Dragons, but they were able to kind of stand up. Like I said, they didn't just lie down, they didn't just roll over and get steamrolled by the machine. They had some opportunity, and so I expect the same thing to happen here in Brawl Ball. A chance to kind of bring out some different picks, and hope you don't get mortised by Bobby.
Yeah, someone in chat actually saying, how the heck do you win Heist with Mortis? Mortis is the distraction. He's the bait. So that's how. He's dodging all over the place, staying in the brush, ducking in and out, while Brock just free fires from across the pond. That's all it takes, apparently.
Yeah, really.
But,
Alex just snuck on up and was like, all right, you guys can keep looking at Bobby. I'm gonna do my thing up here and get it done. And that's how you win with Mortis. You don't. You win with the other characters you select, because you can only choose one Mortis.
That's right. And no one expects the Mortis either, right? So it's an unexpected play, and you get caught off guard.
I think he hit the box literally once. I think it happened exactly once. I think he also got 1 kill. But like I said, I mean, hey man, swag out, all gold, everything. Let's get to game number 2. Brawl Ball here. I'm excited to see where their choices go. One more time, it's the Mortis. But this is a different story. Brawl Ball, very different.
Yeah, and you can see Barley actually getting used for the first time here today as well. Ball itself getting into Yonan territory here, but looks like the lone defender is going to try and cover 2 different exits. It can't even stay alive, let alone block that ball from going in. So quick lead here from Tempo Storm. They've got to be happy about that. So now they can choose to either, you know, sit on their single goal or just have Mortis have fun with it. He's going to run straight at the goal, and it's over. Brawl Ball, totally different game, but looks the same as the Heist so far.
Yeah, put Ricky in front of that, Bobby, because he certainly went fast. He just walked up the mid, got it done. That's what Mortis does. And right there, we see it completely work out well for Tempo Storm here, getting it done early. And let's see if they can do it often as well. We'll see if they can come back and kind of do the same thing. That was our record for fastest round in our open qualifiers, our very storied open qualifiers of 2 weeks. But still, that was the fastest round that we've seen just yet. So nice.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make our production guy running the stream here start keeping stats for us. He can cover multiple departments, right? But as we are back into the action now, you can see Ye has grabbed the ball, at least so they don't get scored on in the first 10 seconds. He's gonna grab it first, but now he dragged it back to his own territory, and this is looking not too great as the ball just slides in past By Parker as he goes down, and it's quick and dirty yet again, ladies and gentlemen.
The pinball play there was really smooth from Bobby, and then 1-2, buckle my shoe. Just like that, another one. Just easy peasy from the butter Mortis. You love to see it smooth. And that is the 2-0-2-0. And just like that, we're done.
Yeah, it's basically a new land speed record here for Tempo Storm on Brawl Ball, just getting it in very quickly there, and actually an opportunity for Bia, who is basically never chosen. Like last week, maybe we saw her 1 time or something like that. She manages to get star player in a 10-second Brawl Ball match. So good job there, Tempo Storm. Again, showing us. Go ahead.
I didn't even know who else was on the team. I just saw Mortis.
It was so fast, man. It was Barley and Bia were the other 2. So, yeah, the Mortis show, basically. But 2-0, Tempo Storm moving into the round of 8, securing themselves some more qualifier points. Obviously, that's what it's all about for these first 3 weeks. You want to get as many qualifier points toward the playoffs as you can, not to mention the top 4 cash money prize. But It looks like so far, yeah, Tribe Gaming and Tempo Storm showing up in week number 2. Not too much trouble for them to make it to the round of 8. Still looking, kind of across the bracket. Just on my own PC here, we got No U Esports still in action. IX, Duda from last week still around. So plenty of top teams that we have yet to broadcast still hanging out. Here is the NA leaderboard, actually, from our first week of competition. That was just last Saturday. Tribe Gaming took that one down, 15 points for them. Tempo Storm, IX, Tempo Typhoon, Duda, No U Esports, Savage Cyclops, and Team Unknown. They were the top 8 seeds, and they were the top 8 finalists as well in week number 1.
Seeing a lot of these teams here shouldn't surprise many people if you've been following the Brawl scene. Tribe Gaming NA last week were known as NA Gods, and that's exactly what they were. They came in as the first seed. They left as the first seed. They come in week number 2 as the first seed. And I mean, to be fair, Tempo Storm won more handedly their round of 16 match than we saw Tribe Gaming do. I mean, Tribe Gaming went head-to-head against their opponent, Sus Boys. Cash is on that team. And it was a 2-0-2-0, but it was kind of fun. It was kind of a little bit of back and forth. Some opportunities that were able to be garnered, but not taken advantage of, as opposed to 10-second victories. So,
yeah,
interesting stuff.
Tribe, Tempo, excuse me. If Tempo look cleaner, maybe they have kind of tightened the ship up a little bit since last week, and they're going to try and take down Tribe Gaming this week. But we are ready to go to a break for now. Those are the 2 round of 16 matches done and dusted. We'll be moving on into the round of 8 when we come back in just a few minutes. So please take this opportunity, grab yourself a snack, tell your friends, come watch some Brawl Stars. We got Tempo, Tribe Gaming, and more in action when we return with Brawl Masters. Welcome back, everybody, to Brawl Masters. This is Open Qualifier number 2 for North America. I'm Ask Joshi. This is FDOT, and we are here to bring you all of the Brawl Stars action every Saturday for Brawl Masters. So far, we've already seen Tribe Gaming and Tempo Storm in action, taking down their round of 16 opponents. Moving into the round of 8 now, we have our next match ready to go. You can see it on your screen. It's Tribe Gaming versus No You Esports.
This one's going to be fun. Tribe, obviously, one of your number one teams around here. But when it comes down to No You are actually a strong team in their own right. We got to see them. I'm trying to figure out how they wound up last week. But No You Esports is Toonie, Slash, Luki, Pika, and Jigsaw. These guys have been on top teams in the past. And I mean, this team is a top team in their own right, sort of our top 8 seed, one of our top 8 seeds for sure. So coming into this one, Joshi, Tribe Gaming kind of expected to be the top card here, but by no stretch of the imagination is No You a slouch whatsoever.
Yeah, and obviously everyone's got their histories, and we had to basically, seed based on previous results last week. Now we actually have current results, from Open Qualifier number 1, and obviously Qualifier 2 will inform Qualifier 3 and so on. So we're seeing how these teams face against each other more frequently. Now we do actually have the draft mode ready to go, almost entirely finished. Thank you again to production and things for handling that stuff during our short break. We've got Heist and Hot Zone banned out. Brawl Ball also going to be banned, so this will be the first set without that. Siege, Gem Grab, and Bounty. And there are those bans. Sprout actually notably getting removed once again.
Also, Max has been banned out here first and foremost by Tribe Gaming, and per production, they've got eyes in the in-game chat here. They said No You Esports put a little frowny face once they saw the Max was banned, so maybe that was part of their strategy taken away here by Tribe. Max is an interesting character. Max is polarizing. Some people really like what he's able to do, high DPS. Some people find him a little bit too glass cannon-y, and so that's definitely a team by team. Earlier, Joshi, we were talking about how teams would use this ban phase. Are you looking at the enemy team, or are you just looking at the game in general? When we see these Colette bans, we're probably just thinking about meta, tier list, etc. Max, kind of half and half, because Max is strong, and people think he's strong, but maybe that's a little bit more targeted towards No You after we see their reaction.
Yeah, and as we have more evidence, more games played, again, you can learn more about, the stronger points of your enemies. Maybe No You Esports have a specialist on Max. But yeah, Max, very individually strong brawler. We mentioned Colette earlier because she is individually strong. So just a good all-rounder, and in the right hands can be very potent. But again, just looking at these modes and maps, Siege, I don't think we actually have gone on to a Siege yet. So that'll be interesting to get us started today. Gem Grab, Crystal Arcade, we did see that Sprout strategy was huge. Previously. Sprout being banned out means we're going to see something totally different there. And then Bounty, of course, can shake out a number of different ways, especially on something like Canal, where you have all that brush taking up the midfield. So melee characters, short-range characters can definitely shine a lot better in those heavy brush areas. You'll see less, Brocs and throwers and things like that, perhaps, but we'll find out. These players know better than I do what they're going to be playing on these different modes. Anything you could foresee on Siege? I mean, typically it's just kind of like you play your side of the map and hope for the best when it comes to bolts and things, but...
Yeah, you just kind of bring out Barley, dude. That's what you do, right? You bring out the Barleys, you bring out the Brocs with anything that has persistent damage that gives you a chance to kind of toss stuff onto the box, walk away, it still does damage. That's a big win that you want to look for. Jean might be selected here. Being able to pull people in and out of the little danger zone is a nice look. Being able to pull somebody into your turret zone is one of my favorite strategies, because I'm a cheese lord, and that's the type of stuff that I enjoy when it comes to playing games. So I think we might see some of the Jean nonsense here, especially on the side of No You. We'll see. I think it's definitely going to be high action, and these are two of the better teams in our broadcast. So I'm excited to see perhaps not a sweep.
Yeah, and again, Jean is a very valuable thing to bring up again, because he was banned out of the first 2 matches entirely, so we haven't yet seen any crazy grab plays or anything that like that. I do want to remind everyone, Amber, the newest brawler, is globally banned, so no team has to use up their brawler ban on Amber. still pretty new, still being figured out, still very strong from my experience running into her. So it all makes sense to keep an eye on Amber, and maybe eventually we'll be allowed, maybe not. We'll see as things progress, but so far that's why you have not seen Amber. She's actually just not allowed to be played today.
Right now with the Max ban, Sprout ban, pretty targeted stuff here. We talk about these teams. Eager to jump into Siege, see what happens out here on Olive Branch. I don't think either team is going to extend an Olive Branch. I think this one's going to be pretty up and down. Some of the round of 16 matches we see are a little fun. What did we see? Mortis on Heist earlier. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see that type of stuff as we get further and further into the tournament. I think we're going to see some real try-hard compositions, and this is where players bring out the sweat. This is where you get the points. This is where you're playing for money in addition to those points that qualify you later on, bigger money conversations. And so this is where everybody kind of brings out the meat and potatoes of their compositions and kind of really do it.
Yeah, one of my favorite football quotes ever was, "You play to win the game," and now we are in the phase where your opponents are strong enough to beat you senselessly if you make any mistakes. So Tribe Gaming versus No Esports finally kicking off here. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us today. You can see kind of across the map our various picks. We've got Pam, Barley, and Carl in tow versus Pam and a Tick over there just lobbing his attacks everywhere. So far though, just a couple of bolts on either side, very even.
Yeah, able to make sure that there's the tie there, no problem, no real issue. Super Sai able to win that fight on the right side was a big deal for Tribe. You saw both Pams go head-to-head in that fight, and Super Sai was able to kind of take it the first time and the second time, helped out by Hiron Star there on the Barley, who, as I said, is going to be a big staple of what we see here. I'm old school. I just give me a Barley every single time when it comes to Siege.
Yeah, I played just a fair amount of Dynamike just to level him up, and he was super fun just zoning people out, and he's all explosions all the time. So Barley, another one like that, obviously huge control of this mid area until Pam got the super down and was able to finally power him down. Now you can see actually No You Esports getting that first Siege bot started, level 10. Tribe Gaming, plenty of bolts on their side as well, but now forced onto the back foot here to try and slow this down, and Corey is down.
Yeah, this is the dangerous part of having that round one tie, is that you have the big boy Siege bot come on through. Gene Pull from Tooney is able to cut down defense by one extra player, and so big damage was dealt to the Siege bot. If that wasn't a level 10, it wouldn't have been able to be so successful. But since we had 2 rounds of nuts and bolts here, we're able to get that level 10, and it does. Look at that, 38% left here for Tribe Gaming's turn.
Yeah, and you can see that's 14 bolts piled up here for Tribe Gaming with only 30 seconds left. Last Siege in just a few seconds. So No You Esports bracing for impact at this point against a level 14 Siege bot coming up the middle now, barely taking a scratch by the time he makes it over into the enemy base. So 38% is the mark to beat. However, the bot itself under 40%. No You Esports doing a fantastic job slowing this thing down. It looks like they will keep their base healthy. 50% is good enough here as time runs out.
I did not expect to go that direction. Once Tooney died, I really thought the Tribe was going to be able to walk in there and take advantage of the lack of Gene Pull, but great stuff coming out from Lukey and Slash, able to kind of cut this down and keep Tribe at bay.
Yeah, they were able to stop that giant Siege bot. That's all that matters. Obviously, the tie at the beginning in bolts kind of set the pace for the rest of that map. The first big Siege bot actually did enough damage to end up winning them that first game. So No You Esports up 1-0 on Tribe Gaming. I don't think Tribe Gaming's ever been behind in Open Qualifier number 1 or 2. So they find themselves in a unique spot here, as No You Esports need to just keep that that prowess showing here, keep Tribe under their thumb as long as they can.
Yeah, it was a strong one. This was up and down, nice look. Really strong stuff coming out from No You. As I said, this is not a team. This is one of the top 8 seeds. This is a squad that isn't going to just roll over and bark a little bit. So I think Tribe Gaming understand that they've got to come in here, and this is more of an even match than a lot of people might expect.
Well, No You Esports last week, weren't able to get as many points as they perhaps would have liked. Obviously, the further you go, the more you're going to get. And last week we had Tribe Gaming versus Tempo finals. So No You Esports trying to battle back and assert themselves as perhaps a top 3 team here, especially if they can take down Tribe, our current victors from Open Qualifier #1. That would be a huge feather in their cap for No You Esports. So any moment now, we should be able to jump into game number 2. We're just waiting on players, as we typically do. Of course, as casters, all we want to do is commentate the game. So commentators are never the ones holding up the game. Like, wait for us to talk for a minute, okay? We have to talk about Mortis for like 18 more seconds. No, it's always, you know, players ready to go. Finally, Tribe Gaming versus No You Esports again here on the Siege mode. And it looks like character switches, not a whole lot. Corey is going to be playing the tick here mid, and Lukey Bear on Barley to match.
Well, there is a big change here with the lack of Gene and the move to the BB here by Tooney. Gene was a big part of what allowed No You to be successful on that first kind of push, getting the pull against the defensive players. So we'll see if that makes a big change or if that's strong. Gene is strong in denying those pushes, but Tooney, if he's able to get in there and pop the super, then all of a sudden that's a big amount of damage coming out from the bubblegum. So their first siege bot amounts in 0 damage, as this one wasn't a tie. Everybody able to grab the right ones from No You, but now Tribe Gaming already 3 in the pocket, looking to push forward. The next siege bot in about 15 seconds.
And Tooney just got gunned down by Pam on the far left side. Meanwhile, on the right side, Barley falls to around 200 HP, but actually cannot get taken down, still standing over there. Meanwhile, on the left, again, now Pam versus Pam, but the super of Super Sai keeping him alive. Now a level 9 siege bot moving up the mid. Tribe Gaming did a much better job defending that first bot than in the previous one. Obviously, it was much smaller that time. Now a bigger bot for No You Esports. I don't think they're going to be able to flawless this one.
Yeah, this is where the damage is going to be able to come in. Over half HP for the bot, now being turned down. But as far as the turret is concerned, it's gone. No You lose this one. Tribe Gaming look a lot better here, and we're tied at 1.
Yeah, something like a 3-bolt bot to start things off. Tribe Gaming, no sweat, able to repel that without losing a single percentage. Then answer right back with a bigger bot of their own, and No You Esports this time collapse under the pressure. Mid lane looks like it was being held very well there. Pam kind of ducking into the left side and mid, back and forth there for Tribe Gaming, and never really dying from what I saw. Basically just holding it down long enough for those bolts to get collected and Tribe Gaming to answer back. So this is our first 1-1, I believe, as well. So going to a 3rd game on Siege to determine who will take the set next.
Yeah, strong teams, as I keep mentioning. Both of these guys top 8 coming into this one. If we look last week, I'm curious. I think No You wound up losing out in the round of right before semifinals, our quarterfinals. I'll double check on that, but they were able to go pretty far, but not all the way. And so here, seeing them go head to head with the #1 seed, very, very interesting. Let's jump to the rubber match.
Yeah, I believe it was a round of 8 for No You last time because IX and the other Tempo squad rounded out our top 4. But as we begin here, first bolts really all going the way of No You Esports. They do lose a couple of lives for that honor, but having the first siege bot last time did not do a whole lot for them. However, Tribe this time just respawning as the siege bot is approaching their base. They are powering it down very quickly. They're starting for a little bit of stutter lag there, but you can see the siege bot itself only getting 6% damage in there. And now Tribe Gaming have a chance, after successfully defending, to try and swing back with a much larger bot.
Nice stuff there, just good defense. 6%, oof. But that was just Tribe Gaming being able to walk up and take care of business from kind of second one. So some issues trying to find these bolts in the middle as everybody's trying to deny it. Tyrant Star doing a great job of maintaining control there thanks to the Barley selection. But one more time, it looks like No You's going to be able to grab the siege bot here. This time around, it'll be 3 strong, again, just like the first time.
So yeah, 2 level 3 siege bots. I'm surprised Tribe Gaming were not able to answer back with a larger bot like they were last game. However, they are still maybe a little bit scared from that first game on this map because they're playing much more defensive than previously. And the second game looked like they had it figured out, but now with Barley, Pam, and Tick, maybe they just don't have a strong enough presence to be able to fight back for the bolts themselves.
Toonie was actually doing some good damage on this Mortis on the left-hand side. You had a chance to really see what he could do kind of coming in and out, but Corey now kind of dancing and getting a better look. 6-5 as far as our bolts are concerned. Now jumped up 1 per. And so it looks like No You are going to grab another bot, and they will. Level 9 here for No You.
I'm seeing some grumpy faces across the board there. Toonie actually had a really big kill against the enemy Pam on the left side. Now, though, you can see Toonie is getting gunned down as the time ticks down. The siege bot, really, there's no chance for rebuttal here, so anything that it manages to get is fine for No You Esports. Going to put them up 2-1 as that time ticks down and actually take a set of siege over Tribe Gaming. Very nice.
There it is. Mort getting another win here for Toonie. Making it happen on the left side. Again, kind of doing a little bit of what Bobby did on that heist map, really just drawing the attention, drawing the aggro, if you will, while the other teammates are able to make noise on the other side. And so that opens up the door for No You to take down the #1 seed, at least in Siege.
Yeah, and just recapping kind of the sequence, it was really back and forth. So No You Esports started with basically one big hammer drop. Tribe Gaming answer with the same thing. Basically, they got a little gun shy in game 1. They defended much better in game number 2 and were able to slingshot back a level 9 siege bot or whatever it was to take the victory there in one fell swoop. And then finally, No You Esports found themselves in a position where they were able to do just a little bit of damage with some little tiny siege bots, but that's all that was necessary. And they kept that mid control. Again, Toonie, you mentioned on the Mortis, doing a good job keeping control for them. And now No You Esports, again, trying to improve upon last week's performance of top 8. This time they're going to go for that top 4, but Tribe Gaming still kind of the final boss standing in front of them. They only have to win one more set to move on into the round of 4, but Tribe Gaming being the, again, returning champions from Open Qualifier number 1, it's a tall task for No You.
Absolutely. This is more pure combat when we look at gem grab and then bounty later on. This is where Tribe Gaming can kind of take over a little bit. Corey looks really strong on some of his selections, and so we'll be able to just see Tribe Gaming trying to, all right, you beat us in Siege, you know where the bolts are going to spawn, and you're able to kind of make a strat. Cool. Now let's fight. And that's where gem grab and bounty a little bit more pure in that sense. We talk about Brawl Ball being the game within a game, trying to figure out which lanes to maintain, how to get past the defense and score the ball. Siege is a game in the game as well, right? It's we know where the nuts are going to spawn. You got to create a strategy around how that's not RNG anymore. You got to find the way to kind of work the map to your advantage and then move that foot. Again, gem grab and bounty, nice and easy. But we just got some news.
Yeah, so admins are informing us basically as we're talking here, so bear with us. But it looks like there was server lag, so we're going to be redoing. I'm still trying to figure it out here because I still see No You Esports still has just the last game. Okay, so only that last game that was lagging so heavily. You saw all the sad face, frowning faces, things like that. This is a redo of that last game. So No You Esports, it's same comps and everything. You can see No You Esports still starting out strong, though. That's 28% off the top with that first siege bot. Sorry for that very quick update there, but yeah, No You Esports, Tribe Gaming still 1-1 here, and the server lag is the reason that we decided to replay just the last game here. So this is tied 1-1. No You Esports up 28% currently.
Big difference from sometimes we can get a tie when it comes down to bounty or some of the other game modes. We'll replay those. Players are able to pick different characters, different brawlers, do different things. Big difference. Everybody's got to bring the same characters. You see Toonie on the Mortis one more time here. And so looking at this one, Tribe Gaming already in on their back foot, 72% on their box, but now they've got a siege bot of their own. Pushing here into the turret territory. No You Esports continuing to do more damage. Tribe's got to come back for the next siege bot. Going to be in less than 30 seconds here, and they've got a ton of bolts. So if they're able to do more than 54% damage in one fell swoop, I think that's good. Is that possible? Is the question we're asking, Josh.
Well, I feel like Tooney is kind of the star of the show, just the threat, if not the actual execution of Mortis, because the double throwers for Tribe can't do anything. They can't gain ground mid to actually get their bolts, and No You Esports just, you know, sending multiple siege bots. It was a tie this time around, but that essentially means that Tribe Gaming are going to have a close to impossible time trying to do 54% on No You Esports. So No You Esports really just trying to hang on for these last 10 seconds, and basically we have the same result as the lag game, but this one a bit cleaner. Should have a much more accepted result. No You Esports looking really good on Siege.
Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. You would be disappointed, I think, if lag kind of turned it the other way. So great to see No You kind of take it despite the lag, and then able to fix it up and come through in, on an even plane and take it down as well. So we'll move on to Gem Grab here. No You Esports take the first map very handedly, and then, you know, get challenged on a technicality. Goes, fine, we'll do it again, homie. And they do just that. You love to see it.
Yeah, so good. I mean, obviously it's an admin's ruling in the end, but obviously all the players need to have good sportsmanship for something like that. Obviously the server is something out of our control, out of the players' control, but things like that will happen. Glad to see everyone on the same page. No You Esports still end up taking that first set 2-1 on Siege. Really liked again, Mortis just countered the double throwers. They attack a lot slower. You can see their attack trajectory. Mortis has the ability to dash away from it. So the fact that he can get in up close, prevent, you know, Barley or Tick from actually getting any of those bolts, that just proved to be the safe route, as they got, you know, kind of small siege bots, but they had the upper hand every time, and that's all that mattered.
Exactly, able to just kind of like push on past and get it done with respect to past the defense. And Mortis was cleaning players up in that middle area, able to just open up the door wide for everybody to jump on in and get it done. And so a great look there from round number one. No You Esports, they do lose one. It takes all three, but we move on to Gem Grab. So I'm excited to kind of see how they, again, this is a little bit different with respect to being more pure brawling, so to speak, which is theoretically where Tribe should have the upper hand.
Yeah, and I like Gem Grab because it does open up more brawlers as possibilities as well. You can see a lot of different synergies. I think Spike is one that we've seen a lot on Gem Grab just for zoning, as we mentioned before. Sprout is going to, I believe, is Max Standout and Sprout this time?
Yes.
Yeah, so no Sprout available for either side on Gem Grab. They're going to have to switch it up as far as blocking areas and things like that. Is there anyone else really that can kind of deny area like that? I guess just the throwers with their projectiles, but not like a super like that.
I mean, I always look towards Sandy. You know, Sandy like has a giant kind of breakdown. Spike, though, I think, you know, doesn't even do that, just continues to lock players down, super or otherwise. Spike does a really good job, kind of like Sprout light, if you will, with respect to how their basic attack works. So we'll see how it works out.
Yep, and Gem Grab usually a fair amount of brush everywhere. Sometimes you could take a strategy of just removing terrain on your enemy's half of the field so that you can get longer pot shots at them. But finally, we begin here. I think I just saw Gene there starting things off for Tribe, yes. And on the top side, you've got Spike, Piper, and is that Bia again? Interesting. So Corey actually going to be the first one to fall there, and the first couple of gems go the way of No You Esports. They look like they've got their stuff together today.
Zulon is going to be able to step up, though, for Tribe and kind of maintain. And Corey on the call. I'm just a big Carl fan. I think he's rather unique. I think he's very interesting. And when it comes to Gem Grab, his ability to kind of like make that push forward and then come back with the super is really powerful. And so I think Carl is a strong choice and definitely worthwhile here for Tribe Gaming.
Okay, so we saw Carl previously in Gem Grab on another team, but basically just sharking around that area. You see him there on the left side. They have removed a little bit of that terrain in order to prevent that efficiency. And you can see actually Piper and Bia both trying to take him down on the left side, leaving Tyrant a chance to move up. But there, Lukey Bear punishes him for that. Zulon carrying all the gems for Tribe, but No You Esports, they had the numbers advantage just briefly, but Carl getting back to full health just in time to ward them away, allows Tribe Gaming to maintain that center control. And man, No You Esports, they were looking pretty dominant. Finally, they get a kill. This is the opening they need to try and move forward.
6-7 at the moment. Center Gem still sitting there. Slash is going to get a long-range kill, chasing Zulon, who's relatively low, but not able to seal the deal just yet. 7 and 8 gems here. Number 9 for No You. 1 away, and they have mid control.
And the spike projectiles, you can see just that middle area preventing anyone from just freely walking in. Now suddenly it's 10 gems to 7. All the gems for No You Esports, not even on the screen right now. They're doing a good job just staying far back there with Piper. Only 2k health, so if they get a coordinated push on, they might be able to take her down before time. Oh my goodness, there it is.
Tribe Gaming are going to snatch those gems away. It's on Corey. Carl does not have the super available. Tosses out the basics to try and farm a little bit, but able to drop it. That said, more gems picked up by Tribe, so the drop of the 10 wasn't enough. No, you had control for almost the entire match, and Tribe gets it done in the last seconds. Really, really impressive stuff, not only by Corey, but by the rest of the team to make sure, hey, look, we don't know if Corey's going to get out of there. Until Corey's pushed up, we'll be able to grab some extra gems. So even if he does get taken down, we'll stay above 10. And that was really important.
Yep, some very nice heroics there to stop No You right with only a couple of seconds left, all the way in the brush in the top right corner. Piper had to use the super to try to stay alive just even a second longer, couldn't manage it, and that is a clutch victory there for Tribe Gaming, stealing victory from the jaws of defeat. But it's not over, obviously. Gem grab still got to continue on. We're going to see at least one more bout there, and bounty if necessary. No You Esports still in the driver's seat. I won't say that, you know, that first game was maybe a little fluky. It came down to really just like someone dropping 10 gems, and I think that No You Esports had a handle on the game most of the time there. They were keeping Carl kind of pinned down. Piper mid was able to shoot left at him quite a lot to help out, and removing a little bit of his cover also helped out just to remove his efficiency a little bit. But in the end, you know, it comes down to just that one big hammer throw, and you get all your gems back.
Exactly. You know, I think you did a great job of highlighting the fact that Piper playing in that mid lane is able to look not just at her direct opponent, but also left and then right. And having those long range characters there allows you to make those plays. Whether it's Piper like you usually see, or maybe even a Brock kind of a little bit away from the normal, or you know, cool skins came out from Bo. So maybe we get to see some weird bow picks, but like more importantly, the long range characters being in that middle lane and able to shoot on other sides, a very big part when we talk about gem grab and even bounty. More specifically, we'll see a lot of that in bounty as well, kind of denying those characters the opportunity to push up forward because you have such a dominant character in that mid looking to provide the damage. Yeah,
bounty, and if we do see Excel specifically, it's just got, you know, no man's land in the center of that map, so everyone's just going to be launching stuff. But we'll see as we continue on. Again, just waiting for players here. I want to thank everybody for joining us again here today for NA Open Qualifier number 2 for Brawl Masters. I hope you're already following whatever channel you're watching the stream on now, and check out Brawl Masters on Twitter and discord.gg as well. But we do have our game ready to go now. Again, No You Esports leading the match one set to 0, but Tribe Gaming up 1-0 right now in Gem Grab, trying to even things up. We see a Poco in play this time, Rosa as well, and that's a Toonie already falling, but Corey falls as well. I was going to say he's extremely low, so if Poco happens to walk into him, that will be that. Lukey Bear goes down, but the gems themselves all piling up now for Poco and No You Esports.
Poco, one of my favorite characters. He is by far my most played brawler. I absolutely love what Poco's able to do. Long range damage, sure, or widespread damage, sure, but also a unique burst deal. Certainly a lot of fun here. No, you are really commanding this battlefield. Don't forget, they did last time as well, but they lost in the final moments. So when we talk about aggression and calculated aggression, No, you were able to come out here with that aggression. Toonie is going to cut down Corey, and that is a big swing. Mortis dashes away 9 gems to 0 as No, you have grabbed control of this map.
Yeah, Tooney showing up big in this match. Like, it seems like every single time we've got something to say about his performance, especially on Mortis. But with those 10 gems and 10 seconds to go, you can see Tyrant is right on top of these enemies, but he just lost his Carl. That's a big source of damage. Missing now, and Piper is not going to be able to do much. 1v3, there you go. Match over, and No You Esports bring it to 1-1 in gem grab. Again, still up 1-0 in sets. No You Esports 1 gem grab away from knocking Tribe Gaming out of this single elimination qualifier.
That'd be insane. That would straight up be insane. Tribe Gaming, our #1 seed. Tribe Gaming, the winners from last week under the name of FA Gods, now under the Tribe Gaming banner. Insane, but not unheard of. You know, we saw kind of the #1 and the #3 seed just kind of do their thing last week. And in general, going down the seed chart, that's how successful everybody was. But No You, like we said, I mean, these guys aren't slouches. They're certainly strong in their own right. And I mean, just watch the games. You don't need me to tell you that No You are out here playing really strong. Like, I especially when it comes to some of these game modes, Josh, you know, the idea of the okie doke, the like, oh, you got the win because of some oopsie daisy, some like happenstance. Yeah, the fluke, right? That's a reality, but not here. This has been all No You playing strong Brawl Stars. And if Tribe Gaming are going to get knocked out, that's how I want to see him get knocked out. The good old-fashioned way of just strong gameplay, man.
Yeah, and the strategy is really showing again across all of those siege maps that we saw. They adapted. Mortis came out later to deal with double throwers, for example, and now in the gem grab, again, that sort of Piper mid lane, keeping control. In both games in gem grab, No You Esports got 10 gems first. It just so happens Tribe were able to pop one of them in the first game, like a pinata, and that'll happen sometimes. But game 3, I mean, again, it can come down to that single kill, so I'm excited to see if No You Esports can close it out as these players get ready. But I just want to point out, we have a second. Oh, no, we are going to games, so forget it. I was going to go through the top 8 bracket again, but we are here to see if No You Esports can shut the door on Tribe Gaming and open qualifier #2. As you see the characters appear here, Tooney is going to switch it up once again, this time on Tara on the right side of your screen. Corey's going to be picking up the Piper rather than Carl. And mid controls all Pam right now, with Slash picking up the first 2 gems.
All right. A little bit more dominance here. Tooney's got to heal up, and you know, this is really, really slanted in the way of No You. Just a reminder, that first map was basically theirs. They kind of tossed it in there towards the end. Whether it was good Tribe or poor on No You, that's a conversation that would go on for 30 minutes. So, like, looking at how game #1 went largely in the direction of No You until that last moment, I think this is what we expect to see here. It's still insane to say that you expect to see the last week's winner and your top seed kind of be out here in our round of our quarterfinals, but No You Esports are playing on top of the charts. Corey taking down Tooney's a big deal, but Tooney had no gems, so it's not that big of a deal. Slash here on the Pam, staying as the gem carrier, as is the role. That's why the Brawler selected, and still staying strong and making sure not to die.
So Pam is just so meaty. The fact that Lukey Bear died and Zulan was at almost full health, they still couldn't 3v2. Like, Pam still had half health by the time they were able to walk up and Lukey Bear respawn. So Pam, some great control there from Slash throughout this game. Now you can see, though, Corey, this Piper Pinata, picking up lots of gems here. Could be dangerous, but now as all the gems are finally dropped on the ground there, Pam explodes, and that is going to be 13 gems for Tribe. All they have to do is not screw up. Zulan is actually kind of far forward, but I don't know that they know exactly where he is after he falls half health. There's still 6 seconds left, but Zulan and Piper just need to survive, and now with Tooney going down, that should put the nail in the coffin. Tribe Gaming there taking the gem grab. That's going to be a 2-1 victory on gem grab, but our series score now is 1-1, and will be forced to go into Bounty to determine the winner of this series.
I gotta say, I think No You switching up their composition was the wrong choice. I just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And game #2 was so incredibly dominant. I understand the idea of like okay, sweet, Tribe Gaming is going to change, and so we've got to change. But I really think that the strategy was sound. I think that watching those people, watching you pilot their brawlers was a strong look, and we didn't get the impact out of the Tara that we got out of the last game. And you could go down the roster and say that. I think Tribe Gaming played a little bit better, but I don't think that this third game was won because Tribe brought the noise. I think
Right.
you lost this more so than Tribe won this.
Yeah, the Tara was ineffective, like compared to the Mortis that we were talking about every play. The Tara basically was not very present. It was kind of all about the spikes and Pam in this third iteration, but really, I mean, No You still held it down pretty well. It was just maybe one narrow moment of opportunity there for Tribe Gaming to pounce on Pam, get those gems out of the pockets, but that's ultimately what determined everything. Piper was able to stay alive on the side of Tribe with like 8-9 gems, so just staying alive was really all they had to do, Tribe Gaming, on that one. So you're right, it wasn't like Tribe bringing the noise, it was more just less mistakes in that third game specifically than in the previous two. So we are again in a position where No You Esports can try to put up a better performance than last week. They only made it to round of 8 last week. This time they're looking for that semifinal over last week's winners. Tribe Gaming, of course, want to try to repeat if they can, and Bounty is going to be the mode where we determine that. And no long-range brawlers were really banned. It was Max and Sprout, I believe. So Brock, Piper, lots of throwers all available out there. Penny we actually saw in action earlier today in a different mode, but could work out in Heist if you're able to hide that cannon and get some money bags launched correctly. But basically, it's fair game for these teams. They're really good, so they can pick whatever they want.
Absolutely, yeah. When it comes down to Bounty, this is, I think, our most classic matchup where we see, Piper is going to be selected every time. Brock is going to be selected very, very often. The people that feel very confident will see the Mortis. Mortis, of course, is the most Mortis in Bounty. What I mean by that is high risk, high reward. You're going to murder people and get those stars, but of course you have to go beyond enemy lines and wind up there. So here we see Poco. Okay, Poco, I like the idea. Just Poco and 2 tanks. 2 tanks and a healer. This is real classic ideas coming out from No You. And on the other side, kind of a similar thought process, at least with respect to the big old tanks here. Tyrant Star on full and putting down Slash after the big Gene pull. Pulling the ball. Nice job from Tribe.
Yeah, that was well coordinated, well executed. Tribe Gaming couldn't ask for much better on that one, just blowing up the Gene target. But you can see No You actually were able to still end up with the most stars. Tooney, people were guessing perhaps would be on the Mortis, actually throwing a complete curveball in that regard. We've got still Tribe hanging out in the center, but they're actually sort of a weakness of theirs is they kind of have to move together. That was obviously a really strong play though, as Tooney gets taken down. They move as a unit. I guess it's a strength and a weakness. It's pretty much just the comp. They can get a lot of splash damage taken, but the fact is that they've got so much HP, they can take a few hits on the nose and just look for those opportunities with the Gene pull or the charge. And Tyrant charging right past Lukey Bear, but Zulon actually ends up biting the bullet instead.
I like the positioning here coming out from Tyrant Star, trying to get around the backhand side. And the kill after the fact onto Lukey puts them up 11-7. Zulon making sure to finish that one off. Slash is going to be hidden a little bit there in the corner, and they'll find him. Can't kill him. Corey eventually gets the kill after the fact, thanks to the tick splash damage. So 15-7 here, 9 seconds on the clock. Joshy, I think Tribe Gaming takes this one.
Man, what an awkward match. Honestly, like it started, I mean, it was very clear from the beginning that Tribe were going to have the higher HP. Obviously with Gene and Tyrant able to just change positioning so quickly on either enemy players or themselves. They were basically able to run around as like a core unit and then either pull someone in or just have the charge passed and push back. Everything looked really good from Tribe. No You Esports, I feel like, did not have a great composition to battle back against that. They started okay, but then it was almost just like dominoes falling. Once Tribe Gaming got started, they never really slowed down. And No You Esports, now facing elimination, even though they had the upper hand earlier in this set, they are one single map away from elimination this week. Tribe Gaming trying to book their ticket to the semis here.
Missed opportunities here for No You. I think making it to our third stage kind of causes some issues, and might want. Honestly, we'll see with the composition, because this map is very, very different. We talk a lot about the long range characters that really dominate Bounty, but when we come to this map, this is where we see the double tank healer and the classic comp where we have just gene pull and all that sort of nonsense. And so this is a little bit different than the classic Bounty compositions and more classic Brawl Stars, just looking for that sort of battle arena type approach and looking at what they're able to do here. So I think Gene continues to be successful here for Tribe Gaming. No You, I prefer that look. The Poco and 2 tanks, I like that look, but Tribe Gaming shows exactly how they're able to kind of tackle that despite the fact and come from the other side, quite literally with Gene, come from the other side. And so with that in mind, you know, Tribe Gaming here, I think I'm calling this for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, Tribe looked very strong there, and since they're now up 1-0, I would imagine that they would run back the same composition and force No You Esports to try and figure them out.
That's the big question here, is which compositions. Like, do you go for the tank buster or do you stick to it? And all right, so Zulon, Corey, Tribe Gaming are going to change things up. They're going to go double tank with the healer, and then No You are going to go and just get killed. Apparently.
And just get killed, yeah, very quickly. Tooney barely survived that. I'm actually shocked that he didn't fall as well, but off to a tough start. Tribe Gaming already grabbing those first 2 stars, but yeah, the composition has changed enough where they're not able to do that, you know, gene pull into a central unit anymore, so they're going to be spread out a little bit more. Poco, of course, going to be staying near those high health tanks, but they can spread out just a little bit. Zulon now marching just into a pile of damage, but Tyrant trying to circle around back behind them, perhaps to super back toward the team eventually, but Zulon goes down as he tries to make a move. Tyrant under 1,000 health now, has a little bit of a shield though, and it does manage to stay alive, but Corey falling as well. No You Esports making their charge. Yeah, Mr. P actually stacking up a lot of those kills as well.
Lukey putting in work. Lukey Bear was one of the first players to be kind of pushed down, but then able to find the kills onto the tanks once they separate Corey from the rest of the squad. Here comes the fight back, though. Tribe Gaming walks in. Zulin takes care of one. Tyrant Star takes care of the other. He's low on HP, but Corey healing everybody up. Zulin gets pulled. Is that the right move? Do you want to pull the Rosa? Here comes help from Corey. And Tribe Gaming up 1 star, 14-13, less than half a minute to go.
Extremely tight game here. Again, Tribe Gaming just need to win by 1 if they can. No You Esports, it's the onus on them to try and find a kill here. I see some projectiles launching towards Zulon, but he's got so much health he can actually just eat those, and Corey is going to be actually picked apart from those projectiles at the perfect time, but Tyra answers right back. Lukey Bear as Mr. P falls with all those stars.
Big ball.
20-19 is your final stars score there, and Tribe Gaming shuts down No You Esports after falling behind in the series. Tribe Gaming battles back. Crazy stuff there. Very long series, very great series for Tribe Gaming to look back at later. But No You Esports, thanks for playing your top 8 again. Better luck next week. Tribe Gaming moving on into the semis.
I got my eyes on No You. I think this was a fantastic performance, but Tribe Gaming, the bull play there in that last matchup, insane. If I'm on Tribe, I'm buying Tyrant Star dinner. Like, that was a fantastic performance. I'm always gonna shout out our Poco players. Poco, the best brawler, I don't care. But realistically speaking, I think Tyrant Star really carried that one. Just fantastic tank play, able to really make use of the counter attacks, because No You had some good moments there. They were able to kind of push forward and make some noise, but then Tribe Gaming, specifically led by the bull player, kind of just pushed forward every single time. Tyrant Star was there to come back and take advantage of No You. All right, you just made your move and you're out of ammo and you're trying to heal up, no doubt. out. Charge forward, put you down. Tribe Gaming puts No You down, and we'll move on to the next round.
And just credit to No You. I mean, they did take it down to the final second. They only lost by 1 star against the top team. But we're going to take, we're going to take a look at the bracket now as it stands for NA Open qualifier number 2. We can see on the far left and right, that is the round of 16 results. Quarterfinals. Now you can see Tribe being the first team to punch their ticket into the semis. But just like last week, top 8 seeds, top 8 finalists again. So these open teams struggling to get past the more established squads, but IX versus Team Unknown looking over there to be a good match. Tempo Typhoon showing up once again against Savage Cyclops here, and Tempo Storm versus Duda to round out the quarterfinals.
I'm calling it. Same finals as week 1. I think we're going to see, we've got semifinals to walk through, and those will be fun to watch. IX could take down Tribe. That would be my curveball here, but I expect to see both Tempo teams in the semis, and then I expect Tempo Prime Storm,
Sure.
the
Alpha.
the numero, Alpha, the numero uno team, Bobby and them. I expect to see those guys in the finals as well. I'm more like that. That to me is what's going to happen on the right side of the bracket. The left side, where we see IX versus Tribe. Listen, I would love, just because it makes the macro gameplay interesting, right? If IX takes down Tribe, since Tribe won last time around, the points conversation, that becomes a lot more interesting if IX wins. So I love both teams, of course. Everybody showing up to Brawl Masters, I'm a big fan of, not necessarily rooting for anybody, no bias caster in the chat, but I would like to see a little curveball be thrown in there to see if we can spike up the matches. So I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Variety is the spice of life. So the more teams that have a chance of actually qualifying, the better, especially from where we're sitting. We're just watching the matches and enjoying all of them. But the players obviously want to try to be over and done as soon as they can. So Tribe Gaming narrowly avoiding defeat, get themselves a few more points to stack up, and they should be looking good toward those playoffs across these first 2 weeks. But Tempo Storm versus Duda, as you can see on your screen there, is going to be our next round of 8 match. We do plan on bringing you this full match, then both semis and the finals to finish the broadcast. And now you can see the draft mode is already completed. No gem grab, no heist, no hot zone. Brawl Ball will get us started on Backyard Bowl. Siege, with some assembly required, will definitely be played. And Bounty is the maybe mode, as it is our third in the order there. Tempo Storm versus Duda last week. Tempo Storm looked much stronger, so Duda trying to battle back. They banned out Poco and Max this time.
I expect Brawl Ball to be dominated here by Tempo Storm. We saw Tempo Storm earlier round for sure, but they were able to win, no questions asked, 10 seconds, easy peasy, laugh home, grab the fries on the side. It was very, very cute to kind of watch that go on. More display, very, very big, and I expect that to be the same deal here, despite how strong Duda is. Duda, a very different team than whoever Tempo Storm destroyed earlier on. Sorry, folks. But Siege, I think, will be a much different story. I think Siege, I expect to see a little bit more even here. And as casters should say, because they always root again, I would love to be wrong. I would love for Brawl Ball to be a back and forth and a big old fight. I just don't expect it to be that way. I think we're going to see that at the Siege, and I think this one goes 3. I think we see Siege taken down by Duda, and that brings us to Bounty, which, who knows?
So it sounds like they actually did begin the game. Oh, so unfortunately we did miss that first goal. It's okay, folks. We're still in the game now. Tempo Storm did very quickly. It looks like maybe a minute into this first game, grab a goal, but as we join them in progress, Duda across the top of your screen, they only got 24 seconds here to try to answer back with a goal of their own, and so far it looks like the setup from Tempo, very good coverage. Mr. P, very high health, but as he gets eliminated, now could be a power play, but the fact is Cute Molly dying as well means that they're not going to have the numbers advantage they were hoping for, and Tempo just blasts through anyway, taking a 2-0 victory.
So earlier on, I gave a lot of credit to one of the teams that brought out the penny. That's exactly what you're trying to do. Just bust down some of the obstructions in the middle lane, kick the ball, kick the obstruction, and then win the game right off that.
One motion.
Yeah. Yep, easy peasy. And so Tempo Storm, that was leaving the Tempo Storm to keep the high tempo, right? Just make sure we're on our toes, going fast and fast and fast. What I love there, that was so funny. I was just sitting here talking like, Tempo Storm, I think they're gonna do good on Brawl Ball, and we get in and they've already scored a goal. Now, like, obviously there was some logistics issues, but I mean that's what I'm talking about. Tempo Storm are going to control the Brawl Ball map. I think Durudunga Siege, that's where they've got to start to look for, and that's what makes this format, Josh, I think a lot of fun. When we talk about like banning different modes and whatnot, like you start to see the top teams kind of come in and solidify their strategies around what they're doing, and so this is why I like the ban phase.
All right, this time we are going to get in game right at the start here. You can see Pam's on both sides there. Also, the Golden Mortis reappearing once again. Has been pretty successful today. Obviously, different players' hands, but cute Mally trying to approach the ball here. I don't know which way he takes it, though, at this point. Obviously, you got two higher health pool characters in the bottom left, and Spike, who just covers everything his own self in the bottom left, or excuse me, bottom right. Now, power play, Pam super down. Everyone's going to stay high health. They're going to take out the enemy Pam very quickly, but not actually get the ball moving until Mortis is down now.
I think Bobby's taking it personally. Rose, aka Kangmaru, he goes ahead and scores that. Bobby out here like, how dare you use the Buttermort against me? All gold, everything. I'm loving it, man. Like I said, I think Bobby took it personally because every time Mali went for the dive, everybody killed Mortis. And I mean, that's what you do to Mortis, but I'm here trying to push players' buttons, okay?
I like that he's the butter Mortis because you can see them actually melt him when he gets too close. But good Pam, oh man, yeah, that was quick and dirty on that one. Tempo again with the power play here, the man advantage. Mortis decides, I lose a teammate, I'm gonna go into. Why not? The respawn at least at a similar time, but now you can see the ball starting to move. They've got it into enemy territory. Mally gonna try and boot it right back out towards center, but his teammate are struggling a little bit on the left side.
Mally pushes up just a little bit. 45 to go. Hyper's gonna use the super clear out a little bit of nonsense on the left side. OG clears out a little bit of nonsense on the enemy team. And it's a 3v2 for the moment. Mortis dives, but he dives the tank.
What's he doing?
And it's not successful. He stands trying to get the health regen, and it doesn't come through. Kangmaru, the juke boots are good. Rose is going to win that trade.
Yeah, now only 17 seconds left. Ball is not really doing anything. Tempo Storm's happy to just have it wherever, as they're already up 1-0. But as those kills come in, OG still could try to make a move with just a few seconds left. This one's pretty much over and done, but Tempo Storm, you've got OG trying to just stay alive for the last few seconds. Doesn't matter. That's going to be Tempo Storm taking that set on Brawl Ball. Again, in their round of 16 match that we commentated, they went for the land speed record. I think it was Yoning's Dragons and Friends, but Durudunga this time feeling the brunt of the brute force from Tempo Storm, taking that one very quickly. Siege, you mentioned, is going to be the spot where Durudunga tried to battle back here. Have seen Siege earlier today, a couple of different strategies employed. You can try to do double throwers. Mortis actually came in big earlier today in Siege as well, so perhaps Mali will give that another go. Bobby also could grab it for himself, so curious to see what will come out on Siege.
Yeah, I think the old school strategy of just tossing persistent damage out there. You put a whole bunch of AoE on the floor, bring your Barleys, bring your Brocks, and just do it to it. Like, I think that's really my go-to strategy, especially with the change pretty recently, watching the way that you can kind of dominate those bolts. I think that's where the other strategies come into a little bit more of the conversation. You can pick your Mortises, Mortai. You can pick your characters that kind of look to dominate those areas and try to lock it down. But again, that's where your that's where your throwers come in again. So like I'm sitting here all barley everything almost every time I want to see barley on a siege, but as we see how some of these other strategies come through, I think that's what makes, again, that's what makes it fun, is that that's not the only strat. There are multiple ways that you can deal with it. You pointed out really intelligently how the opposition to the throwers, you can look for the direct damage from the mortis and then find, you know, the paper to the rock, so to speak, and just kind of go around the circle and see what happens. And so with respect to that, I think Duda has a better chance here coming into this one. I swear I don't just want to say Duda over and over again. It's a lot of fun to say Duda, but I think they actually have a chance here in Siege.
People in chat actually mentioning the fact that Tempo does have a larger roster. Like,
Yes.
We haven't actually pointed that out yet in today's broadcast, but rosters are allowed to be between 3 and 5 players, and they can change every single game if they want to, even in the same mode. So that is a rule that has not come up yet today, but we will, of course, point that out for you guys as we're waiting for the players to get into Siege and keep this series moving. I know Tempo Storm, they were trying to set a record for speed run here. So Duda just trying to slow them down wherever they can between games if necessary.
Yeah, Tempo Storm keeping it allegretto here.
Snappy.
And they've been the ones that have swapped in and out. Bobby here on the Buttermort one more time. They've been swapping out Alec and Rose. Again, Rose is Kang. They've been swapping him and out. They did the same thing last week, and Bobby's the first one to eat it. Great stuff coming out from the barley to kind of shut him down. And Tempo Storm still doing a good job of controlling these. I was about to say, I thought that was Bob. So this is sometimes a strategy. Sometimes teams intentionally find the tie, or they used to just lose in order to get the bigger siege bot a little bit later. And there, I think I saw Bobby intentionally kind of let Duda take that second bolt to allow it to tie up. But it might come back to bite him in the hat, because now it's 7-2, and Duda, they're building a big bot here.
Just based on, you know, actual matches that we've commentated, it seems like when the siege bot gets to 9 or higher, that's really where it becomes just a little too big to really fully kill by the time it reaches your base. So they are starting to get into some precarious waters here, because a 13 siege bot definitely is no joke. And now you can see Bobby try to dive in, actually gets a bit deflected, bounced back away, but here is that first level 13 siege bot. How fast will Tempo Storm be able to drill it down? It looks like it's still 80+%. Bobby going down now is not going to make things any easier, but the bot itself starting to fall, does not get actually a huge amount of damage onto the base itself, but Tempo Storm obviously reeling from that one. Only have a minute to answer back. They do have the vast majority of the bolts right now, though, for the next siege. So it's going to come down to this, whose haymaker is stronger in this game of Siege.
Well, right now, Tempo Storm, and again, this is kind of the strategy that I was talking about with respect to allowing your opponent to kind of tie it up and allowing your opponent to even, like I said, sometimes you allow your opposition to kind of even get the upper hand. Tempo Storm are coming through with a level 12 siege bot here. And yeah, this one's mean, and not green, it's red. But this one is mean and it's clean. There you go. And it is coming through. There's the ultimate from Kang, but the big gene pull on the big boy. That said, Tempo Storm coming in here doing the dirty work. Can they get it below 31%? The damage onto the bot is already done. 40-37. And the persistent DPS, 1% separates it, and it goes to Duda. Real nice try. I think Tempo Storm did that on purpose. I think that was the entire strategy. Duda just said, no, dog, not gonna happen.
Duda also may have gotten slightly lucky. Who knows? Maybe 1% here or there margin of error. Yeah, it's very, very, very close game there. To say anyone had any agency on that match might be a stretch, but it was super close, and it did, you know, come down to that strategy of we're going to send our biggest siege bot possible for the first wave, counter with the haymaker back. So it was really just like Mike Tyson's punch out there, who was trying to land the KO, and Duda 31% to 32% is all you need. That 1% is good enough, so they will take the lead here in Siege. And Tempo Storm, of course, still up overall. Duda losing that first mode, but Siege here trying to battle back. They've got Barley still in play. Oh, who's that caught in the center? Mally actually fell kind of low, but then able to just answer right back and get that kill on Alec. So starting bolts kind of even here, but as Barley grabs that second one, it looks like perhaps a repeat of the first game so far. Oh,
Good
no
stuff
time
here. Oh, nope. Not quite. Level 2
Close.
C-spot, easy peasy. Tempo Storm pushing it back. Alec with the swap to BB. That's a little bit of what we see here. And I like the change. I like the change here. Coming out for BB, sticking with the Barley and cutting it down. Nice job. 30%, a little bit better of a look here for Tempo Storm as opposed to last time around.
So Duda 30% on a level 2 Siege bot is actually, you know, more than I would expect them to get against a very solid squad like Tempo. So got to be happy with that. Alec again out of position. Was that a grab successful or did he just walk into it? I kind of missed it, but on the right side of your screen, lots of Barley explosions going off there. Keep in mind there's a Barley on both sides, so there's just stuff all over the ground to keep track of. Level 8 Siege bot is actually going to get triggered now for Duda toward Tempo Storm.
Yeah, exactly. And getting 2 bots in a row is exactly what Duda needs. They might even be able to finish things off here, even though they were only able to get 30%. No, big damage coming out from Tempo Storm the other direction. Alec has a lot to do with that as the BB kind of rushes forward and takes care of business there up top. Rose trying to do what he can on the left-hand side, tossing out that super, but not the best look so far here for Tempo Storm, as they have yet to touch the turret whatsoever.
Skywalker finding Bobby puts them up 3 players to 1 momentarily there, but again, Duda seem to have just a solid grip here. Another kill onto Alec. He's basically just feeding in at this point, but the time is basically going to speak for itself here as this last level 9 Siege bot comes in. There's not even going to be a chance for a rebuttal, so Duda grabbing it. Well played.
Man. This is really what I expected. Like I said, Tempo Storm I think looks really, really strong on the world of Brawl Ball, and honestly, they're not slouches in Siege mode. Duda, this is where they were able to flex last week. This is kind of what I expected. Bring us to that third spot. Bounty, looking for the stars here. I'm like, looking at the image. This one, as confident as I was in round 1 going to Tempo, and as confident as I was in round 2 going to Duda, this one's a toss-up, and I love it. I'm very glad we made it to Bounty.
Absolutely. Casters, we're easy to please, right? Like, we're happy to be right, we're happy to be wrong, we're happy to go to a third game. Like, everything's good, except for delays. Delays are the worst.
Yeah.
We just want more games.
Don't give me delays. But
just like you guys.
I'm always happy to be incorrect, because if I, as a commentator, that means we like to pretend like we know what's going on. So if something is incorrect, that means that the story of the sports, like, there we go, we got the surprise, and that's what you root for. So game 3, anybody's game.
Game 3, as we get back on to Bounty. Tempo Storm on the bottom side of your screen here. Can't really tell if Nani is awake or just part of the strategy here. It looks like actually both teams essentially doing the same thing here, leaving one player kind of far back. But Bobby going down.
Yeah, pretty standard composition. I love Tempo's composition. Bo comes out on St. Prairie, larger, able to see a little bit more, and then Tara will be able to do so with the super, obviously. And that's the smart plays here for St. Prairie. You can go in the other direction with respect to like Pipers and look to like blow up a lot of the brush, but I prefer this composition take where you're looking to kind of use the brush to your advantage.
And it allows short-range brawlers to get a bit more value, and that was really locked in on that one. He definitely knew where to fire that one. 9 stars to 6 now. Tempo Storm have the upper hand, and this is where Bounty is a little bit different, because you can create these sort of stalemates and standoff situations. Bo very nearly getting exploded there, almost grabbed Tempo Storm a few more stars, but the fact is, now that they have the lead, the clock is working against Duda. Tempo Storm now have an ally and the fact that they've got all this ground to cover. Piper narrowly escaping, I should say, but Alec now taking a lot of focus fire. 500 health is not a lot on that bow. As he falls, the lead is still with Tempo Storm, and that is going to seal it pretty much. No, actually, Bobby going down makes things interesting again here.
11-12. Nani's going to confirm. Oh, all but confirm the kill. 173 left on Skywalker. Bo can't find the random shots. 12-1. Nobody gets the kill. Duda adds some gravy on top. And they're going to get that 16-11 there, I think was the last score for Tempo Storm. But that one, listen. This is why we play the game. I think the compositions on both sides were strong, but I think Tempo Storm's, that's my preferred comp. Using everything to your advantage, but the choice of Piper to get away from the Nani bot, I think was a really smart move. Obviously, they don't see the comp beforehand, but like it certainly worked out. If I'm both teams, I run back both compositions. Chef's kiss. They do exactly that.
Yeah, that one was kind of interesting because I was trying to build on the point, like Tempo Storm have the lead, there's 36 seconds left, they're 3 stars up, like all they really have to do is brace for impact, and the fact is, right as I was saying that, Alec26 just walked up into mid and got pinched between two Duda players, and that just turned into like a house of cards. Tempo Storm and Duda all just collapsing at the same time, and Duda just having more stars at the end is basically, the result of that 20-second fight. But so far, slow start for game number 2. Duda grabbing that initial star and just sitting on it. Again, they've got a 1-game lead pad now, and OG finds the kill there in the brush. Again, dialed in. They've played this map before, folks. You can tell when the experience comes in like that. Nani sending his boom bot out, finds Piper exploding. Full damage there. Tempo Storm again just sniping, really. And, they did the same thing last game, but then they let it slip. So just got to stay on top here.
Oh, there it works. Skywalker gets all the way to the back line and is finally able to take out the drone pilot there. Nani just sitting in the back. As per the strategy, again, I'm here to say that I like it. But Bo and Bobby here trying to be the bodyguards, if you will, for the long-range destruction. 11 gems, stars here in Tempo Storm's pocket. Again, they find themselves in the lead. Again, they find themselves in the lead as the game ticks down. Will they make the mistake of getting aggressive again? I don't think so here. 15-5. This one's going to be Tempo Storm bringing us to a game 3.
Plays out so differently than any other mode where these single assassination hits keep coming out, like Min Woong right there under 300 health now from these Nani explosions. OG really just being kind of the pilot of that strategy, while the rest, you mentioned, they were just kind of Nani bodyguards at that point. But Tempo Storm, they clean up the mistake from game 1, execute much better in game 2, and now they're looking very strong, trying to eliminate Duda if they can, but it's either team's game. Tempo Storm did make it to the finals last week. Will they get shut down in the round of 8 this week?
I don't think so. I think looking at the way that second game, because again, the first game was largely Tempo Storm, and then Duda is able to kind of take it in the last round, and then the second game is overwhelmingly Tempo Storm. Duda starts with a strike first here, 5-0, but I think don't forget, Nani is going to come into play a little bit later than the other characters. I think Tempo Storm have a shot here. There you go. But
it's so funny to watch.
Playing this safer, and I think that's a difference. The first 2 matches, Duda were not playing this style, and so their kind of like big picture strategy this time around, I think, is a much better look.
Nani forces Piper to get out of town on that one, or risk just again that solo assassination shot. This game started off so weird because Alec and Bobby both just walked into opponents and died. Like, that was very unceremonious, not very exciting. Skywalker lives with just 100 health. Alec trying desperately to find that last arrow, but can't get it. Duda very grateful, keeping Skywalker alive on that one. The Nani bot is out again, though, and he finds his mark. 5 stars to 5 now. Insane.
That was... I don't think... I hope everybody realizes and appreciates how difficult that sequence was for Tempo Storm. Duda getting that 5-0 meant that they could have just sat on their hands all game. Tempo Storm coming out with the Nani bots, not going to be the best approach. So Tempo Storm slowly getting that back and tying it 5-5 was a big move. 7-5 here. Duda 13 seconds. This is where they sit. This is where they get rid of Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm has to push up here, Joshy. This is where they have to make their move.
The Nani bot finds
tied up
Mally, though. That was massive, and as Alex has been sort of walking into the enemy team. That was going to be the final kill of the game. Alex26 falling to Duda and company. Minwoo and Mally Skywalker grabbing the 2-1 victory here in the round of 8 over Tempo Storm, who got second place in the Open Qualifier number 1. Very, very well played to Duda. Well played to Tempo Storm, but better luck next week to them.
Rough, man. I mean, that was Tempo Storm came back in that last moment. We saw the tie, and then Duda said, all right, not just yet. Finds the last kill. That pushes them in the lead, and Tempo Storm will sit down again. You mentioned it. They're the ones that went to the finals last time around, and that's not happening. You love to see these toss-ups. Again, Duda getting here was the big part. If you go up against Tempo Storm, you're probably going to lose the Brawl Ball. So putting all the eggs in the basket of the Siege and then finding your way on the top of the bounty. And a big part for me was how they changed their approach. Look at game 1 and game 2, run the tape back, look at the VOD, rewind. Game 3, completely different. Much more calculated, more careful. That's really it. They just played more careful in juxtaposition to what they did in game 1 and game 2. And Duda are able to kind of take it. And I'm happy because I get to keep saying Duda.
Well, Tempo Storm, they put a lot of eggs in the Nani basket at the third mode there, and after Duda played against them a couple of times, you know, they kind of figured it out and were able to capitalize on that. But now we get a look at our bracket as it has been unfolding. We had a couple of matches at play while we were in that one, so IX does move past Team Unknown to make the semifinals again. It's going to be Tribe versus IX over there, and Duda still waiting for an opponent between Tempo Typhoon and Savage Cyclops. So Tribe again trying to punch their ticket to the finals the second week in a row. I believe IX did make the semis last week, so they're right where you would expect them to be again. Duda with that upset over at Tempo Storm, kind of the biggest story of the day here so far. Again, our top 8 seeds made top 8 positions in week 2. So we are going to take a short break here for Brawl Masters. Again, thanks everybody for coming and watching us here. We still have both semifinals and the finals to go for NA Open Qualifier number 2. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have more Tribe Gaming, Duda and the rest for the semifinals and finals of Open Qualifier number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to Brawl Masters. This is NA Open Qualifier number 2. I am Ask Joshy. This is FDOT, and we are bringing you all the Brawl Stars action every Saturday. Tribe Gaming versus IX is going to be our first semifinal match of the day. Both of these teams did top 4 in the first Open Qualifier as well. Tribe Gaming, of course, winning the whole thing. IX now looking for some more points this time around. I think we saw some really good stuff out of IX last week. I think they were another team that could have easily gotten into the finals. And Brawl Stars, sometimes it comes down to 1 second, 1 kill, etc. very often. So IX looking for them to get some redemption this week.
Yeah, for sure. I think IX is a stronger team than they showed us, as you said, kind of falling out a little bit earlier, and I think that we can see them kind of be successful against Tribe Gaming. Well, that's a whole different conversation. We'll see Brawl Ball first and foremost, and I think this is IX Tribe Gaming. I think it's probably an even battlefield as far as that's concerned. Then bringing us to Bounty, Tribe Gaming chooses for our secondary, which leaves us with Siege in the last spot. And so I'm curious to see where the brawler bands go out here. As far as I'm concerned, if I'm looking at these two teams, I'm probably looking for the strong top tier selections. I don't necessarily think there's pocket picks that we have to see kind of which characters or brawlers need to be kind of, let's bring out the spreadsheet and see how everybody's playing. I think you just, ban out the good stuff, ban out the maxes, ban out the Colettes. Looking at these, knowing that you're going to Bounty Snake Prairie for sure, that might change your band suggestions here, but in general, I think that the look should be towards the top tiers.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. There's sort of a weird classification, I guess, of like mid-tier teams and top-tier teams where, let's say you have the best Mortis player in the world on a mid-tier team. If he draws the Mortis band every time, you're suddenly out of luck, right? So when you reach this next classification of top-tier teams, everybody's got a plethora of picks like they are comfortable with. So targeted bans make less sense when you have, more brawlers that they can just switch to that do similar kits. So right now, I agree with you. Very likely that they're going to be banning for utility rather than a targeted pick. So they're going to ban some individually strong characters, maybe Sprout, Colette, Max, Jean, etc. But so far for our modes and maps, Hot Zone out again. Someone did mention they wanted to see it, but even if the players have played there 1 million times, they've played every other mode 2 million times, right? So you still are going to go with what's the most comfortable, what you have the most experience on, the most variety of looks and things like that. So I'm not surprised, again, to see that banned out. Brawl Ball making it through these mode bans is actually kind of surprising to me, though, but just because it plays so differently than the other modes, but perhaps one team or the other is more confident there.
Brawl Ball is a staple. I think a lot of people just kind of enjoy going to Brawl Ball and having some fun. And so I expect to see Hot Zone banned almost every single time. Like you said, it's a little bit newer, and so teams and players are a little bit less established on that move for sure. So I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it, but I think we've only gotten a chance to see Hotspot make it through once, and we didn't even get to it.
Didn't see it.
So.
That's right.
I don't know if we're ever going to quite see it here, but Brawl Ball, Bounty, and then Siege, Sun Assembly acquired on that maybe third slot. Brawler bans here. Like I said, I expect to see the top tiers.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with you on that. Again, just because every player is so capable of playing pretty much whatever's left, that a targeted ban doesn't make as much sense. Brawl Ball is kind of a unique one. I guess you would ban just for Brawl Ball either, though. Bounty on being on Snake Prairie means that all the long-range typical suspects are still out there. Like, we did see Bo and Piper both used there as well, but yeah, I guess we'll just have to find out. But so far, Siege mode has made it through the bans quite a few times, Bounty as well. So we're getting a better look at what our pro teams, our better players favor, at least.
Yeah, I mean, Snake Prairie again and again and again, we get a chance to see this one. Different strategy. It changes what you generally do on Bounty. And so we're going to, with that in mind, we get the Nani ban. We saw the Nani strategy on Snake Prairie, just chill in the corner. And like I called him the drone pilot, right? Like just kind of sitting there doing the thing. So that's obviously going to be Nani is strong in their own right, and specifically on Snake Prairie. And so with that in mind, the ban there makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I like the airstrike sort of strategy that they went with last time. Still waiting now on IX to ban someone out. They have seen more of Tribe's games this week if they've had the stream open, so perhaps I can inform them a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I'm really unsure what we're going to see. Nani has only actually appeared a couple of times, even in week 1, so that brawler ban is kind of interesting, but Mr. P, it sounds like, for some reason, it's not showing up, but production has told us Mr. P is actually going to be that second brawler ban. So Nani and Mr. P taken out. That's actually the first time I think we've seen Mr. P targeted for one of these bans. And he is pretty strong. He shows up a fair amount. He got good area coverage with his super, so it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mr. P is just a strong character in a strong player's hands. IX and Tribe Gaming, if you're in the mobile scene, this is one of the most storied kind of matchups that you've got. Tribe Gaming recently acquired FA Gods, but as far as our banner versus banner, these are mobile masters, and so it's going to be an exciting one, kind of lining this one up and seeing which direction it winds up going in. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's tight when we start talking about top 4 seeds. I mean, this is a toss-up is disrespectful, but it's these squads are very, very closely matched. And so Tribe Gaming is still absolutely the top card. They did absolutely come in and win last week and absolutely kind of do their thing. But we also just saw the number 2 seed absolutely taken out, or number 3. Last week, they wound up as number 2 overall. So Tempo Storm being taken down by a lower seed proves that this sort of thing, these upsets happen, and we can wind up in crazy.
Yeah, and this is an open bracket. Obviously, our top 8 teams filtered up as expected to be top 8 again, but any given Saturday, as the case may be, one of these teams can show up, and Duda taking down Tempo obviously is a big factor, big indicator there that none of these teams are invincible. Tribe Gaming actually did lose one of their sets previously today as well, so they will go into this match still knowing that they can be beaten, trying to minimize those weaknesses. Again, I think that's why they won last week against Tempo Storm, is they just made one fewer mistake over the course of 100 possible areas to make a mistake in, so they just have to keep the game clean and play to their strengths. Not sure, maybe just waiting on a final player to ready up here, but any moment now we will jump into this first semifinal. Pretty excited.
Yeah, should be an interesting one. Players jockeying, just getting out here. Backyard bowl for our Brawl Ball matchup. Man, I think looking at Brawl Ball, I'm curious, IX and Tribe Gaming, if they go into some of the more interesting kind of matchups here.
That's going to be our other semifinal, yeah. So that's.
I thought maybe we were going to go into the next one, but so this is what we'll be watching after this current matchup. This is on the other side of the semifinals. Duda, who took down Tempo Storm, now have to go up against the sister team Tempo Typhoon. And again, that's not the current matchup. Our current matchup is IX versus Tribe, but here we are. We'll see that in just a little bit.
Yeah, just informing you guys, because we were on the bracket still waiting to see if Tempo Typhoon were able to get past, I believe it was Savage Cyclops. Yes, so Savage Cyclops, again, top 8 seed, making it to top 8, but not quite squeaking past Tempo Typhoon into that top 4. Meanwhile, again, just any moment now waiting for the players. I want to thank everybody here for joining us again in Open Qualifier number 2. Don't forget that Europe also plays on Sundays on these same channels, so definitely toss a follow to whatever BrawlMSTRS channel you're watching this on now, and you can tune in tomorrow to see the top teams in Europe go at it. But finally, we have our players ready. Tribe Gaming versus IX kicking off the semifinals here. You got Super Sai, Zulan, and Tyrant along the bottom of your screen. Pam specifically just spamming over there at QQ, aka Crying Man from IX. And that's IX's first time on stream today. We'll see what they got for us.
Super Sai on the Colette, frequently banned just as a top tier character, wanting to get her out of the conversation. So with her sneaking on through, Sai grabs her, no problem. Expecting to see a lot of stuff there. Zulan with a missed pull, and that means Colette's going to go in for the dash. Won't be able to bring down Czar just yet. And that's the big sleepy circle. Zulan punishes. and a nice pull there. And the dash from Colette, good as well. So some kills going back and forth here, but really not much with respect to actually the brawl ball. Crying Man's going to be stuck here, push it on up, and again, we find ourselves midfield, 1:30 on the clock.
Zulon was extremely low health, trying to just finish off the enemy target, could not manage it. And now, again, yeah, you mentioned the ball itself has not done quite a lot of traveling so far this game, even when the picks have come through. So just keeping an eye kind of on the top left corner, since they're a little bit bundled up there, and Jean, of course, can make a game-changing play at a moment's notice, but so far, very standoff. Oh, Zulon is going to be the first one to go down. Super Sai with the Colette dash goes down mid-dash, but now we're down to just a 1v1. Tyrant not confident enough to start dribbling that ball toward the goal.
Nah, I'm going to hang back just a little bit. Respawn's coming out. Grab from second best, missed. And now we're back on the back foot. Scoreless after a minute and 20.
Yep, both teams still just jockeying for position here. Lots of health, actually, for the side of Tribe down in the bottom right corner, especially with that Pam super healing everyone back up. Now with the barrier destroyed here, trying to make a move, and actually got the numbers advantage as well as Super Sai falls. That is going to, of course, allow IX to get the first goal of the game, and only 14 seconds remaining means all they've got to do, again, is brace for impact, use whatever they have to prevent IX. Well, prevent Tribe from marching upfield as the ball actually gets close to their goal again. And the IX
good stuff there. Yeah, good stuff there. Making use of the non-traditional composition. You see Sandy coming through and actually doing work here. I mean, that was unexpected. Sandy works well in Brawl Ball when you're able to get the first, when you're able to kind of find yourself up and then play defense, because you get that big area denial.
Yeah.
But in general is not really what you look for in this type of game mode. And so looking at the approach there, not only did Sandy do what Sandy does with respect to playing defensively, like I said, but Sandy actually enabled that first goal as well, Joshy. I mean, cutting down they got a killer tool, and then Sandy popped it up, and then she was able to help the team kind of push on in. That was smooth. And like I said, unconventional, non-traditional strategy here coming out, and it works out.
Yep, IX paying off with their composition choice there. This time, though, Tribe Gaming have the ability to switch things up, try and counter whatever they saw the first game. Maybe we'll see a run back. I don't know that IX was so dominant that they'll, necessarily run the same thing again.
Agreed.
I feel like both teams, yeah, it was a very high tension wire until like 30 seconds left in the game. Finally, the pile of ultimates, supers coming out, managed to tip the scale in IX's favor, but now we are here in game 2. IX with the series lead so far, the set lead. And you see second best actually coming out with the Piper this time. 8-Bit is actually going to get employed for the first time in BrawlMSTRS, as far as I'm aware here. I cannot remember seeing him before.
Lowest character for the Brawl Ball game mode. Interesting choice for sure. And Zulin is going to be able to just, push it forward. And second best finds the block. And so we remain scoreless despite a great push from Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, and Czar under half health, not able to make a push on the ball himself, even though he did have the location and the sort of ability to push up on that ball. He probably would have just flopped right over. So unfortunately, IX cannot maximize their potential on that one. 8-Bit and Piper both making use of that super, though, just spamming long-range projectiles. They find Super Sai, and that gives Czar the opportunity to move forward. Ball bouncing all over the place now, though. Not quite able to get that goal, but still could have the setup necessary. 8-Bit now backing off. I was curious if he was going to try and make a move, but yeah, at this point, IX have sort of field control, but unable to make that power play pounce that they need.
There we saw what makes 8-Bit actually, I'm not even going to say viable, but playable at all, is the gadget being able to teleport back to the totem. I think that's a big deal in allowing kind of 8-Bit to do the thing. Yeah, he's obviously super tanky and going to provide help to the teammates, allowing second best to really make use. Listen, second best Piper is second to none, and so giving her a little bit extra juice and turning 3 kills or 3-shot kills into 2-shot kills is a big deal. Again, an unconventional approach to Brawl Ball. It worked out last time with the Sandy. Here, they've been doing a good job of kind of finding these kills and maintaining control, and second best was able to walk up and take care of the nonsense with respect to the boxes in front. And so slow but steady, IX kind of death by 1,000 cuts here versus Tribe Gaming. We'll see if it's successful in the big picture.
Well, it's kind of weird because the burst, like, obviously it exists, but it's so predictable. Like, Tribe are not going to just walk into the death pit of Piper and 8-Bit firing from the super. They know that Czar is covering this right side, trying to just pounce whenever a pick comes through. Time is going to run out and trigger overtime, so I'm not too surprised to see that. But now the kills starting to pile up. Tyrant charging forward here, trying to take out 8-Bit once and for all. Grab that ball, and there was a slight opportunity, but Czar able to put a lid on it, and IX are in control of the ball here.
All right, 40 seconds left of overtime, still scoreless. And this is kind of a troublesome situation, I think, for Tribe Gaming. They're squishier, right? Which is the only reason I say that. I guess you look at the other two characters. I don't know. This is an uphill battle for both teams. It really is just a matter of brawling. Who gets the kill to open up the door? I guess you can just play for the reset.
Well, yeah, now
IX is going to play defense.
Yeah. Well, they're just trying to wait till they get that pick. They have that range advantage. So you just need to land the hits, especially from 8-Bit's super. Tyrant does go down. 4 seconds left. That's not even enough time to get across the field, though, as they attempt to do so. And IX, I believe that's just a regame on a draw.
Yes.
So, we are going to be headed back. They are allowed to switch characters, I believe. Yes. Okay. So, even though we had a draw there, IX up 1-0 in the set. That game specifically was a draw, so they will have an opportunity to pick new brawlers and go again. Tribe not allowing IX to go up a set just yet.
I feel like that one, IX, if there's an extra 30 seconds of the clock, not even, an extra 20 seconds, maybe even 10 seconds, they win the game because they were able to find those kills on the back foot towards the end. But again, that was... I use the phrase death by 1,000 cuts. They were making these small incremental pushes, and it just wasn't enough for them to find the big victory overall. Too slow, just simply put. The strategy itself was sound if Brawl Ball is a longer game mode, but there's only 2 minutes on the clock, and then a little bit for overtime as well. And so if IX kind of come back with that strategy, I think it's okay, but they have to be faster with it. They have to find... Piper destroyed that first line of boxes basically 20 seconds before OT.
Yeah.
If she's able to do that in the first minute, then you have a different conversation of slowly marching up field with this with 8-Bit literally slowly marching up, and the whole team slowly pushes forward. That was the strategy. Problem was, it was too slow, and so we didn't actually get to see the payoff. We wound up going to OT, where they're just kind of like, well, we aren't really built for this. They play defense the whole time. They do win the brawl, but then it was too late. So
yeah, it looked like IX, they were sort of doing trench warfare. So like World War I, you would go out, dig all these ditches, and then you would set up your Gatling gun on the trench. And obviously, if the enemy tried to charge toward you, they would fall in all these trenches and stuff and just get shot up. That's basically what they did. They set up 8-Bit as a Gatling gun on their side of the field. As soon as the ditch diggers got a little bit of ground, they moved him up with his super. But as soon as he was dislodged, it was all over. Like you said, they got eventually pushed back all the way to their own goal, and then found themselves without the ditches, without the trenches actually there. Everything blew up. They were just too slow to traverse across the entire field. So actually, some fast characters on Tribe kept the ball on IX's side of the field and prevented that second game from falling away. So good job. I guess good job all around. I mean, both strategies, neither of them worked per se, but neither of them failed either.
There you go. Neither of them did work.
Yep. End up with that draw, back to the drawing board, and finally back to the regame here now. A little bit of server lag, it looks like, to start us off. Hopefully it's not going to persist too long. But Zulon is going to grab the ball and bring it back defensively to start us off.
Just walk around here. Tyrant's able to take down Crying Man. Zulon's gonna walk it up.
Oh, he
misses
missed the angle.
Shot, and that's unfortunate. Not a great look. They're able to find the kill after the fact, and IX gonna walk it up.
Okay, so at this point, Tribe struggling to even move. Yeah, this is looking like potentially admin stepping in on this one to get the slideshow moving in on Brawl Ball. That's a tough one too, because again, you're looking at 1 point difference between winning and losing in this mode. So we'll get clarification for you guys in just a moment. Obviously, IX did just win, quote-unquote, 2-0 there, but I have a feeling we might be seeing another regame, potentially. Just give a moment for that. But again, while we get a little bit of downtime potentially here, I want to thank everybody for coming and watching us here on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, etc. BrawlMSTRS all over the place. Follow whatever channel you're currently watching us on. Go to twitter.com/BrawlMasters. Follow us there for more information about every weekly tournament. There are, of course, more opportunities for you to play in these, whether you're NA or E. So go check that out. And now we are back in.
There we go.
Was definitely a regame. Same characters because of the server lag. Just too crippling and too game breaking. So here we are back in the remake with the same brawlers.
Yes, that's a big deal. When we have a draw like we did in game number 2, you can choose different characters, even though it's a complete remake. When we have sort of that situation, everybody's got to stick to what they're doing. And so we see a little bit of a switch up here, the spike coming out here for IX. They're going to stick to the 8-bit. So they like that strategy alongside what Second Best is doing over here. And so this is, again, a slower choice, but instead of the Piper looking for long-range damage, Jar is going to bring out the spike and then allows a little bit more area control, which I think is more appropriate for Brawl Ball.
Yeah, so far it looks like IX really have a handle on things. Super Psy was, still at max health, but the other two just getting hit repeatedly by the salvo of projectiles there. Spike specifically getting damage behind the walls there, takes down Tyrant, and actually is in a really strong position with 8-bit already across the field as well. So
nice
Second Best now passing up the field. They are going to get sort of denied here by Tyrant right up at the goal itself, but this is a lot of ground covered here, and it's not over yet. Super Psy dives in and gets obliterated. Ball right next to the goal. Now QQ finds a kill on Tyrant. This should be a goal.
There it is. So right there, we got a chance to see kind of the setup of what they're trying to do there with respect to the Gene, right? We saw the Piper come out before instead of the Spike, but the idea is for Piper to kind of destroy things and then you can shoot. Penny does the same thing. Gene, on the other hand, pull the defender and follow it up with the kick. That's sort of the opposite approach. The literally pull instead of push, but it worked out here for IX. Love to see that adaptation. And IX here, 20 seconds left, 1 goal lead.
And QQ finds a kill. Piper very low health. Zulon goes down to QQ in the end, and you see the spin to win. They're already up 1-0. They know time is on their side. Does not even have to shoot the ball, but 3 seconds remaining. That IX is going to take this first set on Brawl Ball over Tribe Gaming. A little bit of trial and tribulation to get to this point, but 8-bit QQ getting the star player honors there, showing us a brawler that does not get a lot of love in a unique opportunity to take a match lead here.
Cool stuff. The big picture here for 8-bit. I mean, he's got a zillion HP, even more added recently. That's a really big deal. So slow and steady wins the race, right? Tortoise in the hair, kind of making it happen here. You love to see it. Bounty, a different story. Tribe Gaming has continuously destroyed their opposition when it comes to the star mode, and so I don't think this will be a 2-0 in IX's favor. I think there's a large chance we get a chance to see Siege. I think it would be pretty nuts if we got both of our finalists from week 1 knocked out. Seeing Tempo Storm taken down by Duda was a big deal. If IX can come through and get these next 2 or 1, 0, and then another 1, if they can take them out before we get to Siege, that's insane. So I think it makes more sense to put my money on a match 3, but Snake Prairie, anything can happen.
No, I definitely hear you there. I think I'm going to have to agree as well. Siege does seem to be just a little bit more volatile, although last time this mode in the previous series ended up being, the clincher. It was actually incredibly close back and forth, but you can see now as IX trying to test the water a little bit. They're going to get warded away by these longer range characters. So the brush is going to be in a bit of an advantage for Mortis diving in there. Tyrant and Zulon both get taken down at the same time, leaving only Super Sai to fend for himself. But 5 stars to 0. Could not ask for much of a better start for IX, already in the driver's seat this match.
Keeping it careful. No reason for IX to overextend at this point. Just keep chilling. Don't forget, Nani was banned, and so you don't have to worry about the map,
the snipes.
The long range map kind of nonsense there. But Zulon is able to take down Crying Man's Mortis with the Piper Super, and a kill the other way brings us again a couple of stars up. So IX in a comfortable position, but not a dominant one. Tribe Gaming totally within striking distance and can absolutely make this one happen. But IX turtling up there on the top right is the best look that they have access to.
And now Tribe sharking up kind of as a unit on the left side, but Tyrant, yeah, he catches that bomb. He doesn't want to actually catch it. Falls to under 1,000 HP. All the stars are piled up here in the top right corner. If Tribe Gaming can get some kind of coordinated effort, the problem is all this visibility that is starting to open up now as the brush gets destroyed. Czar, QQ, and second best loop all the way around the right side. Another kill. Yep, that's going to pretty much do it here. QQ actually given a little bit of a spin victory, but Czar falling extremely low, stays alive long enough to lock it up.
If Czar died, we tie at 11, right? Like that's an interesting look, and so
flirting with disaster. Yeah.
Oh well. The game ends at 0, and so that's how many wins Tribe Gaming have. This is going to be a big deal if IX are able to take this one down. And looking at that first game, like I said, dominant, perhaps not, but absolutely in the driver's seat, whatever colloquialism you want to use, they had the upper hand. And so I think Tribe Gaming can still come in here. I think they can bring us to a game 3. I think they can bring us to a set 3. But right now, the ball is in IX's court without a doubt.
Right, IX being actually the first ones to, get up this high over Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming last week, of course, playing as FA Gods, did win Open Qualifier number 1. They got the bulk of the points, the prize money. Don't forget, in the semifinals, all 4 of these top teams will receive a bit of prize money, not to mention the lion's share of the qualifying points toward the playoffs, which provide even more prize money. So IX and Tribe Gaming both, of course, trying to get as far as they can. Tribe Gaming trying to repeat. Can't do it if IX are going to be their final boss. And Mortis, just again, he's able to dash up, grab that opening star. That is just a nice point for Mortis, able to start off this bounty with a star lead.
All right. Nice and slow. Right side, Tribe Gaming, walking up. There's Tyra opening things up, and boom, 2-1 lead for Tribe Gaming.
Yep, Super Sai also playing very safely. I know Super Sai did get caught a couple of times in the previous bout, but this time actually just, launching from afar, staying in the far back. Probably scared of Mortis, honestly, if anything, because you just never really know when he's going to pop up.
Walking into your bow mines also a big deal. Tara can just snap you down as well, but I mean Mortis absolutely the one to make you walk the plank. No pun intended there. Actually,
I think you did. I think you intended that.
I intended the pun. It's not even a pun. It's not even a pun.
No,
it's
a reference. Fine. It's just fitting. It's fine. But no, it's a pun because he's a pirate. But QQ dashes through, does not find the kill, but everything blowing up at the same time results in a Tyrant death, while Mortis able to sneak away with his life still intact. 4 stars to 3 now for Tribe, though, and time is starting to tick down. So this is the first time that IX have had to traverse this entire field. They know second best is approaching on the left side. You can see them already spamming that area, but as they get closer, Tribe doing a good job deflecting all of these incoming attacks. Now Mortis, though, getting in the action. Zulon stays alive only long enough to fall in the end to someone else. 10 stars to 6, 10 seconds left. Tribe, I have to think, have the grip here as they get that last kill. That should do it.
Yeah, Crying Man going all the way in, but can't make it happen. Tribe Gaming played that really, really well. Like Snake Prairie can be tumultuous like we saw in game number 1. Game number 2 is much more of a chess match, right? Dash in, get the star. That sets you up for like what you're doing, you know, and play it real safe. I mean, when you look at non-snake parry bounty, sometimes the game ends 3-2. Sometimes the game ends 1-0. It's a very calculated game mode. And here, this one was a little bit more intense. And I think IX there saw what happens when Tribe Gaming kind of like stands up. They were like, all right, no doubt. We're able to, you want to play it super safe. We're going to bring you the match. And whoever was playing the Tara, it escapes me at the moment, but that Tara super really, really lined things up for Tribe.
Yep, and Tribe, again, Super Psy, the bow player, just playing a lot farther back this time, not needing to join every single fight or anything like that, just playing cautiously, kept Super Psy alive long enough to just the damage when Mortis and company showed up. Basically, that was the problem for IX, was they had to cross the field with only like 30 seconds left. Mortis did his job, but having the other teammates fall because they're just a little too fragile is what ended up being the difference maker. And it was only, again, very, very narrow victory there for Tribe Gaming. They had a much better early game than the first game, but we'll see. In game 3 now, as we are launched in, there's that first star. No Mortis, obviously, or he would have grabbed it, but it's going to be IX again getting us started.
An interesting look here without the Mortis is going to change the way they approach the game completely. Mortis being able to like step in, step out, not just for that first star, but like in general. That's a big change. And so getting pulled here, that's a big change as well. Zar's going to look for the right-hand side. Piper can't get up, and 4-1 Tribe Gaming. This, remember I said, not dominant, but in control. This is dominance.
So
this
Zar,
is what dominance looks like.
Zar, unfortunately, so after his 2 teammates died, he knew all 3 of Tribe were going to be locked in that corner. He backed off, but then eventually got caught so far away from his teammates by all 3 of Tribe that he may as well have just suicided in earlier, because that was actually now going to reset them, burn even more time off the clock. It's 6 stars to 4. IX now, again, the onus is on them to have to cross this entire field. They don't have a Mortis to dash up with this time, so it's going to be a little bit slower going than last time. You can see some of the terrain also getting removed here, increasing stability for Tribe, who are in the winning position right now. They just have to hang on and address these attackers as they come along.
2 stars separate our squads. Zar right side, second best in the middle, and QQ on the left side. Tara obviously better up close, so the long range shots better for Zar and second best. Zar's making the flank though. Crying Man dies, 5 stars now. All members of Tribe have 3 on top, and so the kills have to come here for IX. The pull's good, and that's good enough. Tribe Gaming gonna bring us to a match number 3. No way they can throw at this point, right? Hold your breath, because it's happened before, but not this time around.
Well, we did just see Tempo go the distance and fall to a lower seed, so it is still certainly possible. IX, just slightly more mistakes this time than, obviously, Brawl Ball went very quickly, but Bounty, there were a couple of moments where IX had the advantage and let it slip, or opportunities where, like, the very beginning of this one, where Tribe got a couple of kills, Zar had them locked down but couldn't do anything about it. That's just a bad feeling, right? And he ended up dying anyway, like 10 seconds later than he needed to. So just small things adding up there allow Tribe Gaming to claw their way back into this series. Even though they are the #1 seed, they were, 3 maps down in a row. So if anyone, can take them down, IX, this is the best opportunity anyone's going to have for a while. So they need to tighten the ship up, get Siege going their way. Again, this is where the throwers really start to show up again. Barley, Tick, etc. have been showing up all day. What?
I thought you were gonna I thought you were gonna be real heavy and call IX the throwers.
No.
Because that last one,
absolutely not. No. The throwers are just
that makes one of us, because I think QQ threw that game real hard. Like, he gets pulled in the beginning, and that's just Tribe Gaming kind of turning up to 11. But the rest of the performance there was it just wasn't what we saw in the first match and the second one. Listen, Cryman plays weird stuff. He brings us the 8-bit, he brings us the Mortis. keep bringing us the weird stuff. You know, he goes to the really standard Tara, right? He goes to the meta selection. He goes, fine, I'll play the mage in the mid lane or whatever the standard is,
Right.
and it fails. I maintain sticking to your team's identity. And here you got QQ, you got Crying Man on X. Play the weird stuff. That's how you got 2-0. You 2-0'd Brawl Ball with the slowest character in the game. Stick to the weird stuff. I hope to see, you know, some throws and some genes here. I talked about how I really like to go out of bounds a lot of the time, but for Siege, I'm more of the meta guy, sure. But if it's going to wind up like that, because I think IX should have won this in 2. I really think they really should have. They looked so strong earlier on, and they're starting to crumble. If I'm, you know, a coach or on the squad, I'm worried about like the mindset of the team.
Well, IX certainly have some criticism to take to heart now, but Siege, as we get started, the first bolt's just going to be split evenly there. You've got a mirror match over on the right side of your screen here. Barley's also just mirroring each other, and then a random Carl just zipping around up there at the top of your screen, but otherwise still very, very even, and you know, we're going to trigger that next Siege timer there while we continue to battle it out. I don't see one side or the other really like running away with this one yet, although 7 bolts now for Tribe. That was the last little wave of bolts seemed to get scooped by them.
The double Max. Max has been banned in a lot of these. I actually just messaged. I was like, was Max banned for this one? Because Max has been banned in a lot of our games. Not this time around, though. So both teams are going to bring out the Max. We have a big boy siege spot for Tribe Gaming here. 12 bolts at the minimum. Yeah, it's going to be a 12 bolt at 13 here, level 13 for Tribe Gaming. And with a Max and some of these characters, this could be a one-wave shot. The Tyrant Star of the Super, no. Now he does. And here comes the damage off the top. Not nearly what I thought it would be, but still a great job here.
Still is almost in like game-ending territory. Tribe, I was trying to see how like their health totals and stuff are doing. They actually could have gone a little more ham there, but I think with a big lead like this now, obviously, it's also just fine to keep scooping those bolts. There is a world where they ended that right off the top, but they're
big pull.
Playing it safer. Yeah, that was a massive pull, farthest range, like right into the teammate as well. So Tribe running away with this one. You can see the thumbs up pin on that one, but yeah, 2 10+ siege bots. That's going to be all she wrote on that one, and IX. You can see Carl just chilling at this point. It's over.
Yeah, that, you know, here's the scary thing about teams like Tribe Gaming. You know, a lot of times when we talk about emotional squads or momentum-based systems, we're talking about the negative side of that, right? We talk about like, oh man, this guy's tilted. Like, this is an emotional team. He's so tilted. Tribe is an emotional team in the other way. I mean, listen, they after that victory, which I maintain they shouldn't have won Bounty, they're like, all right, you gave us an inch, we're going to take a mile. And this has been, I mean, that last round of Bounty and this first round of Siege, Tribe is playing like a different team compared to the first, you know, the Brawl Ball in the first half of Bounty. They have turned this one up. They're like, oh yeah, we're in the #1 seed, and they're coming out and doing it, and it's fun to watch. This is dominance, and IX look like they are just not prepared for this next level.
Yeah, Tribe Gaming, I mean, even if you're the #1 seed or whatever coming in, you still have to do the work, right? So every other team is insulted or upset or dejected that they didn't actually win Open Qualifier #1 when they know they're capable. So week #2, we see, you know, the fangs bared by Duda beating Tempo and IX taking Tribe to the limit here. Technically not to the absolute limit, as Tribe have a chance to just walk away with Siege after being down 3 maps to none. They've won the last 3 straight themselves. So anyone here could run away with Siege. Already getting started with Tyrant falling. It's a bloodbath, actually. I thought QQ was going to end up going down there as well, but manages to stay alive with a bit higher health pool. Super Psy going down. IX, hot start, but don't have the bolts to show it.
And we're going to get the level 2 siege pot, not that big of a deal. IX might be able to get some damage, but look at the way Tribe are grouped up here. They're going to take care of this bot pretty quickly. Zard doesn't have the super. So we're not going to see any persistent damage there from the barley after the fact. A little more than 25% done by IX, but Tribe Gaming certainly answered.
Yep, so far bolts still piling up for IX. Obviously, when you've got that first siege bot attacking, you can choose to either kind of shove with it or just get more ahead for the next round. And because Tribe only had that one bolt, it made sense kind of universally there to just keep farming in mid. Super Sai goes down again. He's not showing up on this max in siege mode so far, but Tyrant also going down there, and mid is just fully under control. QQ must have heard what you said, because he is showing up way, way bigger this time.
So is Second Best. Second Best brought the car last time around, which was a little questionable. Now bringing the Gene, landing every single pull. And IX do a lot more damage this time around. They got about, what was it, 27% last time around, and now even more so. So Tribe Gaming here, they need to get out of their own zone. They haven't been able to pick the single bolt. Obviously, it's an exaggeration. They have 6 in total, but they haven't really been able to do much in this round. IX has just dominated this game, sort of the way that Tribe Gaming did the first one.
Yeah, this one, for some reason, it's like night and day. IX aren't even losing a single person and, you know, just scooping all those bolts. Maybe game one was just kind of a fluke. Yeah, another pull and another level 10 siege bot storming his way toward Tribe Gaming here. And 14 seconds, 45% health. That's plenty of time and health to knock down the base. And IX are taking them to the actual limit now. So this is 2 series in a row now where we're going to set game 3 to determine who, this match will determine who moves into the finals.
You know, it's wild. I think if you ask me after game 1 Siege, I go, easy. Tribe Gaming going to 2-0 this last one, and they're going to go themselves in the finals. And then if you ask me after this last one, I go, easy. It's IX. Their thing, no problem. You've brought us to the 3rd set, the 3rd game. And you know, this is where, like, listen, predictions are a joke, right? Casters toss out the predictions. Sometimes it's based on reality. And, like, listen, seeing how Brawl Ball went, we understand it. Seeing how Bounty went, I maintain IX should have won in that Bounty. I think Tribe kind of rose from the grave, fitting it's Halloween. I think they kind of rose from the grave and went zombie mode on them, took Bounty, and then took that first round of Siege. IX woke back up, and now for game 3, you got to die? I'll roll it. You got a coin? I'll flip it. Like, these teams, I think this one's for all the marbles. Who winds up in finals? I couldn't tell you.
Well, IX, you know, maybe they get a chip on their shoulder from last week, losing earlier than they thought they should. Tribe Gaming still, now they have the target on their backs. So multiple things kind of coming together here, and any moment now, Siege game 3 will determine who goes into the finals. Once again, Tribe Gaming last week played as FA Gods. They won the whole thing. Got signed, and now they're back to try and keep that momentum going. IX, if you missed it last week, did make the semifinals, but did fall. So they are here for vengeance, and they are keeping it as close as humanly possible after a dominant start. Now finding themselves in Siege, they've got the momentum. They've got the ability to pull the upset if Tribe Gaming do what they did last game. Super Sai specifically, just getting melted repeatedly was the one thing I noticed in the kill feed, but yeah, everybody's just got to step it up here.
Yeah, again, that was the biggest thing that I saw when Tribe Gaming started to win, and I said that they had turned it up to 11. There was a noticeable change halfway through Bounty. It was team based. It was synergy, kind of bringing it up. The chemistry was really, really obvious. We got to see a lot of the combination plays. For IX, this change is individual. QQ wasn't on his best 2 legs previously, and Second Best brought out, in my opinion, a throw of a call selection. Here, last game, Second Best landed every single gene pull and arguably won the game, and the switch to Jackie was really, really impressive here for Crying Bandit. So IX stepping up individually, and that's a really big deal. Here, they're continuing it, keeping Tribe Gaming on their side of the field. Early Siege bot, we'll see how this one works out. If it goes like last time, IX got 27%. Zulon with a beautiful pull prevents some of it, but we're already 20% on the turret.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out. It was still almost the exact same result. I will point out, obviously, the composition has changed on the side of IX as well. They have Sprout being employed this time, as well as Spike and Barley, while Super Sai still on the max, Zulon on Gene, and Tyrant on Barley as well. But a good start for IX, and they did the same thing where they sent a tiny little bot to start things off, get a little chunk of damage on that enemy base, and they kept scooping the bolts mid. So they are setting themselves up for this next siege to have a 7 siege bot march downfield, getting scarier and scarier. He could be good for 20-30% based on what we've seen in this series so far. Super Sai being the only defender standing at the beginning as he falls. Oh man, that base is taking so much damage. That's over.
Yeah, that's a big one. 2%! And they milk the rest of it. IX take down Tribe Gaming. And just like that, your winners from last week are the losers of this week. We'll see IX in the finals.
Very, very strong push there with that level 7 siege bot, and I believe it's just like a barley throw or something at the very end to get that last little 2%. But the fact is that the timing all came together there with the second siege bot. 2 players on Tribe had just gone down. They were unable to get that gene pull on the big boy like they did previously to save some percentage, but even that didn't really work that great for them on the level 2 siege bot. Like it's just delaying the inevitable, and IX, they are able to execute the same strategy twice in a row where they deny a tie for the first siege bot. They grab 5 or 6 more bolts while he's doing his thing, and then just go for the decapitation of Tribe Gaming, cutting them off there, preventing them from reaching the finals. And now you see our bracket. This is for today. Take a look across the entire thing there. Round of 16 on the outside edges, moving inward for the round of 8. That's where you see Duda on the right side, taking down Tempo Storm to move into the semis. That was our first upset of the day. And just now, IX take Tribe all the way to the last possible game and topple them to move into the finals themselves. Tribe finish the week is a 3rd/4th place. They'll get some points and a little bit of cash, but it's going to be IX versus either Duda or Tempo Typhoon, and neither of those teams reached the final last week either. So brand new final for us in Open Qualifier number 2.
Again, gotta take my, listen, you guys, we've been here for 2 weeks. You know that I like to lean into some of the aggressive criticism here, but as much as I'm here to toss out the bad cards, I'm here to toss out the good cards as well. And Crying Man, I absolutely kind of stutter step there in the middle of that set, but Crying Man and Second Best are the reason why IX are in the finals. The individual prowess, stepping it up towards the end of that set, is why we see Tribe Gaming fall down. The individual prowess just did it, man. I mean, they were able to wiggle away from the gene pulls. They were able to get the damage in. The selections were choice. This was really, really strong stuff out of again, the individual plays. I'm not literally going to tip my hat, but a tip of the hat absolutely to how they worked it out. IX wound up in the finals. No fluke. Absolutely earned. You love to see it.
Yep, and they're showing why they are one of those top-seeded teams, taking down last week's winners in dramatic fashion, taking it the full distance. And obviously, when the series started, they were up 3 maps to none. I was like, okay, well, Tribe, they must need a nap or something, because they're not playing, they're not showing up nearly as well as they did in the previous series even. But Bounty obviously took its course. They managed to grab it back, make it a series. Siege obviously kind of teeter-tottered as well, where Tribe started with the upper hand and let it slip, but IX stayed strong all series long. Here we have our next semifinal. This is the second semifinal of the day. Duda taken down Tempo Prime or Alpha earlier in the round of 8, now facing the Tempo sister team, Tempo Typhoon, and we can see all of our lovely modes, maps, brawlers displayed there. Why don't you take us through those?
So we got Brawl Ball coming off the top, triple dribble, interesting map. Brawl Ball is just more about, can you play Brawl Ball? Some of the maps are a little bit different, but either you destroy the terrain or you work around it. Either way, Brawl Ball is going to be interesting. Heist, Kaboom Canyon, standard composition map, I'm pretty sure. Nothing too crazy there, so I think we just see strong heist teams. And then Gem Grab and Merch Fort, that's a little interesting. Merch Fort, if we get there, will be a little bit more dependent on being able to destroy some of the obstructions. So Max and Colette banned, just look at the tier list and take off 2 of the top. And Kenny playing a Mortis and getting it done. Mortis is meta. Mortis! Oh,
yeah, I mean,
pick off the top.
last week you were saying the Mortis pick was kind of out of left field, and now we've seen him like 100 times in 2 weeks of games. So Kenny trying to just shovel the ball into the goal there. Can't get past 3 defenders. Surprise, surprise, but Duda now in control of the ball. They did get a couple of picks, so they're able to get a little distance on that ball, get it out of their territory at least. But this is where the tactics come into play, because where the ball sits actually makes just a massive difference with where you might try to destroy terrain, things like that. Toast going down, Kenny going down. That means it is time for Duda to dribble on up.
Big pull.
Easy goal for Minwoong there on the Barley, starting us off.
So, Poco's my favorite brawler. I'll say it till the day I die. I don't love Poco with the Mortis. Now, Carl is kind of medium tanky, right? Not a full 7,000 HP tank, but Poco with the Carl, I don't hate. But saving the Mortis is either going to happen like, you know, at the last moment, it's going to be a highlight reel play, or it's never going to happen. And the risk versus reward is already there with the Mortis, and so the Poco, I just feel like maybe could have gone in a different direction. I'm not hating on it. I don't outright think it's the wrong choice, but I think there's probably more effective directions to go into for sure. Here, though, it's going to be a great look. Or, see, it could have. That's what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, Poco, I thought that was a great situation. Players lined up, Mortis, Poco, right side, and then just turn and burn on Mortis before Poco can save him. So, rough stuff there for Tempo Typhoon as they try the competition.
Yeah, and this also, they're in a weird spot already, right? Like the ball is tucked all the way in the corner. 3 players can literally just defend the ball sitting idle while they've already scored a goal. So the fact is, like, that is, you know, the composition they have looks weak right now, but this is kind of like a 1 in 100 scenario where they just can't get to the ball now. They're kind of screwed. So 12 seconds left. Duda doing the right thing, of course. After you score a goal, the clock is your friend, and they're not going to allow Kenny to do anything here. Even if he heals up, he's not going to take anyone down. So that will be just the timer taking that one. Duda 1-0. Quick victory there with Barley scoring that goal. And Tempo Typhoon will have to go back to the drawing board, perhaps switch up the composition, perhaps not. But again, Brawl Ball is just one of those weird modes within a mode where anything, you know, it just opens up a lot of variety as far as strategy. You could go heavy Poco to tank and just kind of run as a unit. You can do a terrain destroyer and try and set up that 1-2 punch that we saw earlier with Penny earlier in the broadcast. Just a lot, you know, the trench warfare moving forward with 8-bit, the super speed with Max. Max is banned here, but, you know, there's just a lot of strategies for this specific mode.
Yeah, maybe not that last strategy. The Poco with the DPS characters left a little bit to be desired there. So I really hope Tempo Typhoon go back to the drawing board. I think that they're a better team than we just saw in game number 1, and I think we can absolutely kind of see a different approach here as Duda comes into this one up. If they want to play the Poco, just go double tank. You know, real standard. Just pick yourself a Bull and whomever and do it. You know, like do it classic style. I've got no issue with
that's been my go-to. Yeah, Bull's my go-to for Brawl Ball, just because I'm in low elo, so I can literally just grab the ball and charge through half the time. But we do have the game ready to go now. Duda again in the lead currently over Tempo Typhoon, already knocked off the main squad there, so they're looking to take down both Tempos if they can. And yeah, composition-wise, Mr. P took a little bit of a break last series. He was banned out. Now he's going to return with his briefcase, knocking Skywalker right in the face there. But yeah, Spike, again, not too surprised to ever see Spike on any of these modes. He's just, again, one of those very all-purpose damage dealers with good zone control. And the ball is in his hand right now, but he's just going to send it back mid while they try and figure things out here. Yeezy, though, not going to last too long against that Skywalker maneuver. That should be an easy goal there for Duda again. Pretty quick, too.
Well played here by Duda. Tempo Typhoon, I have already played better. Yes, they just got scored on. They've already played better than they did in game number 1, and I hate to say it, but you know, the difference was in picks and bans. like coming out with this different strategy of the spike and the barley. I think it's just a better approach. I think they actually have a shot in this game, where last time around it just looked like every single time they tried to do something, they weren't able to. Duda on the other hand, really? The pull! And there's the protection! The protection! They just patched that! Oh my goodness. If this was last month, we would have a tie game. And you see the sad face comes out. You can't own goal.
So he bounced it off of his own goal. That's what we saw there at the very end. But they knew that, though, so he probably would not have done that if it would lose in the game.
That hurts.
Either way, we still got a match going on. Duda still up 1-0 in the set and this specific game, but as Barley dies there, Toast has an opportunity. He's going to just go for it, because what else can you do? The goal is right there, and that is a 1-1 tie currently. Duda again still up in the set, so we'll see what happens here if we end up in an overtime situation, but Toast takes out Mally very quickly. And with Mr. P's ult already up, this could be an opportunity for them to march forward. I did not realize, though, that Barley was already down and out, so no power play potential there. Ball still just chilling in mid.
That was a big deal for me. Tempo Typhoon able to obviously look a little better in this one, and I think it all has to do with composition. But the reason why Duda continues to be strong here, the reason why Duda won the first time around, middle of your screen, 308 HP.
There it is.
He just got killed, but it do not matter. There it is. Duda take this one down. Star player Skywalker, and I've never seen a more deserving star player. Maybe that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but right there, Skywalker won game number 1 and won game number 2. The Gene pulls were on point every single time they came through. I mean, that's why Gene is so celebrated. That's why we see Gene banned sometimes at this level of play. If you can land every Gene pull, you can win the match, and that's exactly what happened there. Tempo Typhoon, I think, didn't have a chance in a frozen zone to win the first game. The second one, they looked a lot better, and they still couldn't do it because of Skywalker's Gene. So coming into our next one, Joshy, Heist, I think that this is a different story. Tempo Typhoon look a little stronger here, and I would like to see them kind of bring it back.
All right, well, I like the pace that we're setting here, getting right back into the action. Tempo Typhoon reeling a little bit after that one, but Duda, after taking down Tempo Prime, still carrying that momentum into the semifinals. I gotta say, it's looking pretty good for them so far. Skywalker now with Brock, just launching rockets across the water here. And again, Heist, you're gonna be looking for basically, if they can get in a 2v1 situation or a 3v2 situation, that's where they'll start to march forward. Nani falls very low there, but Brock actually has a position on the safe itself.
Big shot.
With that super, getting a lot of damage in, 64% and falling. Molly does get finally taken down. He's actually getting a lot of freebies there as well.
One of the first times we've seen Heist tonight. We haven't really, it's been banned out or in that third slot, so we haven't really gotten a chance to see it. And this is, as far as compositions are concerned, love this composition. Nani using the bot onto Minwoong on the tank character. Interesting choice there. But finally a shot onto Tempo Typhoon.
Oh, wow. Skywalker, I thought, was going to trade there, but actually did not land his rocket. So the Nani bot is going to be out and searching. Cannot connect. Doesn't look like it caught anything there. Yeezy is actually going to teleport on over, though. So he's by the safe. Skywalker knows he's there. He's just going to ignore it. It looks like they're going to go for a base trade situation, though. If he knows that Nani's behind them and they've got the numbers advantage, yeah, they're just going to march right up to that safe. 20%. Duda is still at a comfortable 54%. That is looking pretty open and shut for Skywalker and company. Duda taking the 1-0 lead now on Heist.
Good skins there as well.
Skins win,
right? Yeah. There it is. But good stuff coming out from Duda. Dominant. This is one of the more dominant performances that we've got a chance to see. Last week we saw a lot of 2-0-2-0s. This time around, we really got a lot of 2-0, 0-2, 3 games in the last one. We've seen some big names toppled out. Yep, I'm looking at you, Tribe Gaming. Like, this is a, you know,
Tempo.
Tempo, right? Tempo Storm getting put down. Duda are playing. Here's the question, without seeing them yet, because I mean, what our finals likely to be IX Duda. I mean, without seeing them play yet, how are you feeling, Joshy? Like, looking at them play against their different opponents, I feel like Duda is on a different level this week.
Yeah, they're rolling right now, so they're definitely looking pretty scary. IX obviously had a couple of near misses against Tribe, but IX took down the biggest, strongest opponent. Like, there's no opinion needed for that one. So IX still very formidable, and Duda, even though they're looking better than their opponents, we still anyone's guess as to those finals. And still Tempo Typhoon not fully tapped out yet. Moving forward here, do have a little bit of mid control, but as the respawn comes, so is the answer back. Kenny forced to use his super and loses it very quickly. However, we got players on both sides attacking the safes now, so both losing a little bit of percentage. Brock, Skywalker just dunking on Typhoon's safe right now, though, while Kenny is unable to basically match that on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, if we're gonna have one character on either side, I'd much rather be the Brock than the Pam. I'm just saying.
See that health still falling.
50% there, yeah. Tempo Typhoon on the back foot, to put it lightly. Skywalker up here playing the Brock this time around, just continuing to do it to him. Look at this. Oh, there's the naughty.
He gets out of there. He lived.
Oh no. Skywalker has embarrassed Tempo Typhoon on the Gene. Skywalker continues to embarrass Tempo Typhoon here with the Brock, man. That was a fantastic performance. Finals are going to be lit. 2-0. Duda takes down Tempo Typhoon, which is probably more of an even matchup than some of these other kind of big upsets that we've seen today, Joshy. But like, Duda, Skywalker specifically playing out of their minds.
Yeah, if you look at just a tale of two semifinals, you've got underdog versus #1 seed. It goes the entire distance. Mistakes are made on both sides. And then you look at this semifinal, and it's like Duda just walked through Tempo Typhoon. Like, Brawl Ball obviously is a kind of back and forth, but Heist, that was unmatched. Like, Duda, I was saying even there were like 10 seconds that transpired from the time I said Typhoon are looking better, but the respawns now, it's over. Brock is just dunking and nothing is happening. So yeah, so the fact that Brock was able to just stay alive, rocket after rocket, sink that safe into the ground, Duda just looks scarier right now than IX did. But IX took down a stronger opponent. So we're set up for pretty cool finals. We'll take a look at the bracket now and see exactly how our teams got to this point. IX taking the path through ESS, Team Unknown, and Tribe, the final boss there. Duda on the other side, walking through Washed, tough, long series against Tempo Storm, and then dispatching Tempo Typhoon, making it look easy. Now we've got IX versus Duda. Neither team was in the finals last week. That was Tribe versus Tempo. So we got the points spreading around a little bit more this time. The first place prize cash money will go to a new recipient, either IX or Duda. So that is what the players are looking for, that points and prize money. They've achieved it this week. It's stirring things up a little bit here in North America. Love to see it.
Absolutely. You know, when we look at these seeds, and we look at the top 8 specifically, I feel like Tribe, your #1 of Tribe, your #2 of Tempo Storm are probably like in a class of their own. And then when you get into #3 Tempo Typhoon, #4 IX, #5, #6, #7, all of those are like kind of squashed more together. And so seeing both Tribe and Tempo Storm go down, it's anybody's game. And I think all of those other seeds kind of saw the blood in the water, and this finals is going to be crazy.
Yeah, and obviously when we're between rounds like this, we got to get all the players in to the lobbies and stuff like that. So we are going to actually head to a break now while those players are getting set up for the most important match of their day. Obviously, you want to take a breather after doing all that hard work, and now everything is going to be on the line. So thanks for joining us, everyone. Brawl Masters Finals will be taking place in just a few minutes on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Tell your friends. Come join us, and we'll be back for some great Brawl Stars in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Brawl Masters. This is NA Open Qualifier number 2, and we have the finals up next for you. It is IX versus Duda. You may have been expecting Tribe Gaming or Tempo Storm, perhaps, at this point in the broadcast, but in case you missed it, those VODs will be on YouTube and other places. IX and Duda will be your finalists today, showing some really great tenacity, I guess is the word, as both teams did have to go, they had to go full series to get to the finals. IX had to take it down to the wire against Tribe Gaming, and Duda against Tempo Storm. Both teams, you know, showing that they can beat adversity, as they were both down in series and came back as well. So yeah, I'm excited to see it. Duda definitely has the momentum right now, though. They just took down Tempo Typhoon 2-0 in pretty swift sets to get to the finals here. IX have been waiting and watching, so both teams have, you know, some advantage going into the finals here.
For sure. No disrespect towards Tempo Typhoon. I think IX went up against a... So my commentary here is that Duda kind of blasted through their semifinals. Like, you know, 2-0, 2-0, easy peasy, really nothing on the other side. And IX had a harder time getting here. They had to go all 3 matches and wound up in the 3rd game of the 3rd match. And usually that's a good kind of like comparison tool. But the problem is, like I said, no disrespect to Tempo Typhoon, but Tribe Gaming, your #1 seed, IX had a stronger monolith in front of them. And so when we look at how IX played versus Tribe Gaming, when we look at how Duda played against Tempo Typhoon, I think they're actually kind of evenly matched here. I don't think I am expecting straight up 3 matches. I think we'll see all the game modes. I don't think we'll be, and if it is a 2-0 as far as match score is concerned, we're going to see 3 games in those for almost for sure. I think that those ins and outs are these teams are a little bit closer matched. And can I just listen, after last week, I was like, all right, so we're just going to watch Tribe and Tempo Storm each week, and
every single time.
We'll just see what happens. So I'm just like dummy excited that we have some competition here. Like, this is really, like I said, maybe that's and it definitely is my fault, but it's cool to see these different seeds in the finals. So
right,
let's go.
We were saying earlier, as casters, we're always happy to be wrong, happy to be right, happy to cast. As the only thing we don't like is delays, but I have actually some hard statistical data to share. Just last week's matches, basically. So Tribe Gaming did defeat IX last week. IX defeated Duda last week. So we do actually have a precedent of IX 2-0ing Duda in last week, but then IX lost to Tribe and so on and so forth. So now both teams are basically getting some revenge here. IX got stopped in the round of 8, making it Duda got stopped in the round of 8 last week, making it all the way to finals this week. Is great for their points towards playoffs, for one thing. And IX made it to semis last week. This time they get to the finals, so they're going to possibly leapfrog at somebody as well, maybe Tempo Storm, who did fall quite a bit this second week. So we do have a leaderboard actually prepared as well, so we can take a look at that. And this is actually updated already with the teams that have finished. So Tribe Gaming, 25 points total. Tempo Typhoon, 20 points total. IX could get some more if they win the finals, and Duda could get some more if they win the finals, but all the rest are set in stone here. And yeah, Tribe Gaming still sitting nice and pretty, but of course they could tie if IX managed to take this week's qualifier.
For sure. I think this one is, you know, definitely pretty close. Watching these teams kind of do their thing is going to be exciting. Again, looking at some of the other matches, it's easy to call. This one, not even going to take a chance. Let's just get into the draft here. As we've seen throughout the day, Hot Zone is generally banned out, a little bit newer with respect to how these these competitive games have been played. And so, no Hot Zone as predicted. That's the only prediction I'm going to make. 'Cause, I feel pretty confident and comfy with that one. No siege bots and no heist. So Gem Grab, Bounty, and Brawl Ball. Gem Grab comes up first. We'll see where the other 2 lie.
Yeah, and Bounty has been super popular today. Again, that's their most traditional sort of stay alive mode. So if you're mechanically gifted, Bounty is where you're going to want to try to take your enemy team every time. Brawl Ball, obviously a lot more tactics involved. We've talked about that numerous times today. Gem Grab over on Crystal Arcade. Both teams actually had pretty good strategies here on gem grab. I want to say Carl just kind of lurking in one of those side bushes on Crystal Arcade has shown up a number of times. Would not be too surprised to see that show up again. As far as brawler bans, I think the most effective brawlers today, I want to say Sprout, Spike, and Gene kind of come to mind. I think Gene specifically just with those amazing grabs, and you know, whichever team gets Gene is feeling great. So I think a ban could definitely come out from that. Otherwise, some less banned Max, Colette here and there. But
we even saw Mr. P ban, which was kind of interesting. Yeah, I would. Gene changes the way you need to play Brawl Stars. Like, I mean, they've tried to. He no longer can grab through walls, which was oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. So like, you know, now a little bit of a change. He still changes the way you need to play Brawl Stars,
right?
And like coming from like any Magic the Gathering nerds or Yu-Gi-Oh nerds, like when you change the rules of the game, that card is usually one of the best. And I look at Gene as that. You are changing the rules of the game. The only character that can pull you in like that. And so with that in mind, yeah, that's where I would go. Instead, I actually like, yo, Duda, no Mortis this time around.
Not today.
He's been very powerful. Gem grab, brawl ball, Snake Prairie. That's a coin flip. Some people like he's duty on Snake Prairie because of how easy he can get caught out, or he's phenomenal on Snake Prairie because of how easy he can catch you out. So depending on if you're a glass half full, glass half empty type guy, but we will see the Gene, but we won't see the Max.
Yep, and Max is one where the utility is low, but the damage output is very high. So he's just like an assassin, you know. And with all this grass, like literally tons of brush on all three of these maps, you can see just even in the thumbnails, it makes sense you would want to limit someone who has the ability to run circles around you. And Mortis fits that as well. I mean, Mortis does have the dash around. We've seen a number of really good plays from these top players on Mortis, just juking enemy abilities or finding the right path to go from A to Z and gank someone. So, yeah, brawlers basically just assassins getting removed here, so that lends itself more toward maybe some bigger players, some tanks coming out, some Pam. I mean, we've seen Pam a million times, so I would expect to see Pam throughout the series. Spike probably going to stick around as well. Everyone probably more standard stuff. Tara, Colette could come out. I need to start keeping track of who's picking the Colette specifically, because we saw it a couple times today, but not like running away with the game, though. Just doing Colette things, like a dash here and there, securing a kill, securing an objective, whatever it is. She's just another solid character. But right now, finals coming up. This is, you know, they got to show us their best, their absolute best. I don't know if we're going to get the weird stuff that you were calling for earlier this time.
Well, when it comes down to it, again, you know, the weird stuff, it's there's a balance between observing the meta and sticking to what you're good at. And this is something you can take home to your own Brawl Stars matches, right? You look at your favorite streamer and you see their tier list, and that's because of their world, their opponents, what they're good at. You know, I have a long anecdote about how your meta is in a tunnel. Your meta is not always the pro meta. And if you are the world's best, I don't know, Shelly, right? That doesn't mean you should just put her aside. Use her against the tanks, right? Like, it depends on what the situation is. So I would like to see the teams play what they're good at.
All right, folks, we are into the action. Duda versus IX. Duda coming off a swift victory in the semifinals. IX have been lying in wait after taking down the #1 seed Tribe Gaming, and this is the culmination of their efforts here in this best of 3 final. Still a best of 3, same format as we were doing all day. And you can see Second Besting Company employing the Sprout Center strategy. We saw this as one of the very first matches of the day, and it did a great job. They had Carl lurking around the bushes. Here it's going to be Spike. And let's see who QQ had. Is that Tara over there? Okay, so Piper holding mid actually falls to the Sprout. The idea there is that she can shoot at either lane from mid, but Sprout just being the gem collector, blocking mid over and over. This is playing out exactly like they wanted to, and Duda just seemed out of sorts, no real attack plan.
coming into this one, we were talking about IX really stepping it up individually. Crying Man as a character, QQ, is a guy that, like, he's either really on or really not, and he went from really not to really on in those last moments, and that brought him here. Second best as well was just landing every single utility pull, really just kind of enabling his team to do it. And this is kind of what I expected and what I alluded to, but I didn't kind of commit because I was afraid of the full commit here, was the idea that despite the fact that we see Duda give us the 2-0-2-0 against Tempo Typhoon, and IX had to go the distance, I think IX actually had the better performance in a vacuum. And so with that in mind, looking at them completely shut Duda down, I mean, this was, as a caster, there are some matches that you cast and some matches that you
watch. Yeah.
That was, we podcasted over because there's nothing, you know, you don't want to listen. They won. We see them win. I'm not going to jump up and down for the beating the dead horse. So you kind of root for Duda to kind of bring it back here. What do they have to do to turn this one around? Because that one, if IX continues to play this series, like, let's just go home now. So we'll see.
I agree. Game one felt like an egg timer, you know, those little sand, you tip them over and they twitch the other way. This was just watching the sand drip one way and then it was over. Like they ran out of sand. But you see the heavy server lag here earlier today. This has come up a couple of times. And just judging from, no one fighting, I think a remake is likely, as server lag has resulted in a remake. Same characters, same brawlers. If we end up in a draw, they're allowed to switch, but if it's a lag remake, we keep them on the same brawlers. But that means we will get a shot at Surge, actually, showing up for the first time today. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, again, this one, it's progressing, but I have a feeling the admins are going to want to run this back.
I will agree. I think that is most likely we'll see the run it back. If you're a player in these situations, I think you really got to kind of keep it moving. You got to keep playing until the bell is
You don't want to
rung,
be the reason that you threw on accident or whatever. You got to always try to win. That's funny in pro football. Like if a ball gets loose, everyone just still dives for it and runs 20 yards before they realize like the play's dead or whatever. You just have to, just in case.
Exactly. Here I think it's definitely okay. Just confirmation from. Sorry, Josh, you're stealing your job there.
You're good.
Confirmation from production that we will absolutely get the remake. If anything, I mean, Duda gets a little chance to breathe, which is pretty nice for them, you know. It's like, okay, we just got stepped on in game one. Here we go. Oh, okay, let's see what happens. But yeah, Surge coming out here. Surge is interesting. I don't really have a take on Surge, like as far as how much I like him or not.
Well, I mean, honestly, just the fact that our pro players have not been choosing him very often says something about his perceived power level, but we are back into the action now. Again, looks much better than the last one as far as latency, so we'll continue moving on here. And mid, again, just establishing that Sprout control. It looks like Minwoo wants to try to mirror what Second Best was doing in the previous game. The kills actually go to Duda first, with Skywalker getting on the board. And now with Crying Man falling as well, we could see Duda do to IX what they just did to them. A little bit of a rebuttal, just with a little bit of a roster switch. And Crying Man on Surge, I don't know if that helps or hurts. So far, I mean, he's clearly played worse than the first time around, but may just be a result of Duda focusing him a little bit harder. And he goes down again, and Duda still in mid control, still just Sprout collecting.
This has been a much more back and forth, though. You know, game number one was just like IX in a different category. Duda just sort of showing up. This time around, you know, we're tied as far as gems are concerned. IX stepped up and took control of that mid. Then Duda took control of that mid. Then Sprout was able to block it off. And now here we are kind of back in the saddle as far as both teams kind of trading for mid. 7 gems on the side of the red team. Duda continuing to kind of step forward. And they're going to ring the bell in just a little bit. They got to pick up those gems. And all of a sudden, Duda is like, listen, as dominant as y'all were in game number one, that's not going to happen to us 2 times in a row.
Well, I'm watching Crying Man because he's been struggling to level up the Surge, you know, get to that higher stat line, but he just walked up last time. He was trying to grab the gems that were on the ground and just did not have the health pool for it. So I don't know if he was just maybe unaware of where the enemy team was literally standing. But at this point, Duda, again, it's just a flipped script from the first game we saw here. Again, the egg timer, we just turned it over, right? Like, that's all that happened. Duda ran out of sand, we flipped it over. This time, IX ran out of sand. So third game, curious what we're going to see, but the Sprout center strategy definitely paying off and looking very strong on this map, at least.
I still think IX comes in here as the stronger team again, and I'll show my work. I think that first game was IX dominant, and that second game was a push and pull where Duda winds up kind of tilting it over towards the end. But the beginning of the game was contested pretty heavily by IX, and so as we come into game number 3, I think that it's still Duda's game to take away from IX.
All right, as we march back onto the field, see if there's any switches. I see Mr. P up there in the top left, but it's going to be Crying Man. First eliminated once again, this time on the Tara, getting rid of that surge option. We've seen Crying Man on Tara a few times here. He has sometimes shined, sometimes not so much, but as you see Mally actually getting deep into enemy territory here, I'm curious what the game plan is there. But he is still taking care of business, still dishing out that damage.
I mean, 0 gems on the Mr. P, and so that allows him to kind of push up, no questions asked. But look at this, Sprout locks him in, and he gets put down. Beautiful play. Again, the individual prowess coming out from the members on IX, second best, makes that happen by himself. Okay, fine, I'll lock you in here, Molly. No problem.
Duda have the gems, though, so while all that's going on, I mean, Mr. P proves to end up just being a distraction, while Duda's Sprout, Minloong, is just grabbing every gem one at a time here. IX forced to respond to the rogue Mr. P, ends up costing him a lot of time, but now this is going to be a tough task, actually killing the Sprout. Like, this is the reason they're running this composition, is because Sprout is such a good gem holder. That's a great little cabbage bounce there from second best, but he can't find the last one to get those gems out of his opponent. QQ Crying Man trying to make a lunge forward, juking where he can, but it's actually Spike from behind that takes him down. Gems tied at 7.
Beautiful play here by IX. This is a lot of Brawl Stars victories come from playing very, very aggressively, very, very fast, and just kind of like whirlwinding versus your opponent. But every now and then, you've got to play really tactically and really carefully. And that's what we saw of IX. Duda, you broke it down flawlessly. The Mr. P distraction, Duda was just kind of running it. And then IX go, oh, word? And then they slow the game down. Duda has not gained a single gem since the Mr. P distraction. Instead, IX are able to cut down Duda completely, take their money, walk on home, and take the game just crisp. Just beautifully played by IX. That's a professional team right there.
Yeah, that really showed composure and patience, being 2 words that I have not used at all yet today, because as you said, like a lot of the strategies are just all gas, no brakes, go for ganks where you can, but none of the characters really there. I mean, Tara is a playmaker for sure if Crying Man can get in the right position, but otherwise it's just a slow and steady war of attrition. And you mentioned, Mr. P, he was in, over his head, but didn't have any gems, so it was fine to act as a distraction. The thing is, it allowed his team to get the gems, but then the slow bleed back. It was IX not losing composure because they were down, 3 or 4 gems. They just managed to regain control after dealing with Mr. P. At that point, the Duda Sprout player had 7 gems, but never was able to get back into the center. And IX walk away with it. So Brawl Ball going to be our next mode with IX on top. IX did take out Duda last week again, so this could be history repeating itself. We've been kind of painting this narrative as IX had a slightly harder trip to the finals as well. So Duda, they're on the ropes. This is the last set, potentially, if they can't get it together on Brawl Ball. IX are going to be the champions of week 2.
Looking at how Gem Grab went, I think this is entirely within the realm of possibility for Duda to kind of bring us the noise here with respects to Brawl Ball. I think that as long as a composition has to be, Brawl Ball gives you a lot of wiggle room as far as what you want to choose. And again, Duda, stick to your identity. Stick to your identity. Play the weird stuff. Brawl Ball allows you to do such a thing, and so with that in mind, I would like to see some of that. I'm curious. That is my biggest question as we come into this one. Sometimes when we look at gem grab or bounty, my eyes are other places, but composition is absolutely what I'm looking at numero uno here as we jump into Brawl Ball, without a doubt. Yeah. I want to see the brawlers.
And the strategies can differ so greatly on Brawl Ball that sometimes, like, you think about just straight up fighting modes where you've got your counters, you've got faster characters, slower characters, tanky, glass, etc. Brawl Ball, it's literally just looking at all three as one sort of team, one unit. Like, what can they do utility-wise generally, as far as like blowing up terrain or blocking terrain, end up coming into play a lot more than just like a glass cannon blowing you up, because that ball still has to travel. Just dying is not enough. So huge already. Zar going down there means that Duda can be in control of the ball. Where will they end up actually placing it? They're actually not even sending it back out until they get better control here.
I really like, I like the Carl selection here for IX. I think that Carl does really well on this map specifically because he's able to kind of, bounce off the walls really well. Sprout is Sprout, and Tara does a good job of pulling defenders as well. So score here for IX.
Yep, very nice.
Just individual play, getting the kills. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, as soon as you started talking about Carl, my eyes naturally were drawn to him. He managed to win a 1v1, while over on the right side, they had a 2v2, got one of the 2 kills. That's all they needed to walk up together as a unit and just knock that right through the goalpost. Here we have the reset, though. Minwoon trying to push forward, does get the kill very quickly on Crying Man, who is maybe a little bit out of position, but the snap back there from Zar keeps things nice and even. Mally, suddenly the only player left alive, and he's not even going to try to send the ball into enemy territory because they may never get the ball back if they do that. IX could feasibly just hide it in the corner and sit on it for 50 seconds. So the ball being center is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Skywalker, though, going to have to deal with this, and he actually got destroyed by the Carl earlier, so he's going to have to be careful here.
Good pull after good pull. Skywalker really stepping up his game here and making sure to land all the gene grabs. 30 seconds left here. Duda trailing by a goal. Zar sends it towards...
not going to make it. And there's no own goal. 20 seconds left to try and make something happen here. As the Skywalker respawns, they're just going to go for it. I mean, obviously you're working against the clock, but at this point, Sprout locking him into the goal. Midfield, you got Carl just spinning to win, taking down Spike, and that is going to be IX with the first game on Brawl Ball. They did score again, so it is a 2-0, but it was going to happen anyway. Dead time, dead minutes, as fantasy football players are well familiar with. But that's IX taking a lead. A
goal's a goal. That's where I come from,
yep,
all right?
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter what you do. And there it is. IX looking real strong there. Duda on the back foot the entirety of the time. I really expected a little bit more out of DDD there, but not King this time around. Thinking about composition, I didn't really have any beef with the composition. This was just strong, again, strong individual play out of IX is what got them here, and it might be what wins them the final.
Yeah, I did like the few times I did look Carl's way. He was just zooming around in the brush, waiting for those opportunities. The fact that he can bounce his attack off of walls, you pointed out very early, saw that quite a bit as well. His super connected almost every single time. Like, they were really unable to deal with him. There was no CC or ways to escape that Carl, just kind of controlling the left side of the map. And you were pointing out the great grabs by Gene, but, you know, the objective is to move the ball to the other side of the map, not grab your enemies into your own goal. So it's maybe a little bit more offensive ability necessary, but they were falling to Carl too much. Gene was grabbing them back to their side of the field, but that doesn't, it didn't really help secure anything. So they do switch it up a little bit. Minwoon this time with the tank character there, just blasting away. Actually nearly took down Crying Man at the very beginning of the game.
I like both teams brought out
Bull, yeah.
both teams brought out a bull with the idea that, like, all right, if you're gonna keep Gene grabbing me,
Oh! How did that happen?
just walk past them.
Oh my goodness. That was ridiculous. He got pulled, yeah. So, very interesting first goal there for IX. Could actually end up winning them this entire open qualifier in the end. Just a weird little chain of events there, but now the kills are still piling up for IX. They still have the ball under their control. Crying Man, you know, actually, Bull doesn't have that much more health.
Beautiful Tara ult.
Tara.
Lines it up. Okay, this is it. Second best is gonna walk up.
This could be game over.
And the bounce off protected by Minwoong.
All right, so a last-second save protects the tournament life. However, IX is still in a great position here. Ball still on Dudadunga's side, but you can see the pull there resulting in a kill for IX. That gives them the power play opportunity here. They got the numbers advantage. Mally is in no man's land here, just trying to survive, while Minwoong goes deep. Does get taken down, though, so still a 2v1 man advantage. Crying Man now with the ball. They've got time on their side. They've got the goal advantage. They're just hanging out. They're just waiting, staying in control of that ball. I don't even expect them to make a play on the goal unless they happen to get a triple kill.
I don't know about that. Tara's going to set it up. Dashes forward.
There
kicks
it is.
2 for Czar. IX takes it. And that's your finals. IX are your week 2 victors.
IX, congratulations. That is open qualifier number 2 for North America, going their way after last week falling to Tribe Gaming in the semifinals. This time they get their revenge. They knock out Dudadunga 2 weeks in a row to take the victory there in the finals. And just looking at that scoreboard there, you might think IX just had an easy time of it. Dudadunga looked a little bit out of sorts on Brawl Ball, I'm not going to lie, but they kept it close in the gem grab and obviously did a fantastic job getting through both tempo squads to make it to this second place finish. But IX, they're the story of the day. They knocked off the #1 seed. They got their revenge. They got their victory. They got their points. They got $250 cash as well for winning this open qualifier. Fantastic job to IX. Congratulations, and I hope to see them keep it up. Do you have any like big takeaways from this week, or maybe just the finals even?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny. I think actually our semifinal matchups were almost more impactful than our finals this week, which happens sometimes. You know, Tribe going down, that's a huge deal here. IX Gaming, or IX rather, I think they kind of leveled up. They like, you know, absorbed the power of Tribe here because Dudadunga looked fantastic in semis, but just could not keep that energy up as they found themselves here in the finals. IX, my takeaway, yeah, IX still scary. That's the takeaway here.
Yeah. All right, and we do have our final bracket there as everything is done and dusted. It's going to be IX hoisting the trophy this time over Dudadunga in a 2-0 series score in that best-of-3 final. You can see in the semifinals and quarterfinals is where kind of the craziness took place. IX getting past Tribe 2-1 and Dudadunga getting past Tempo Storm 2-1. Those were the bigger sort of stories of the day, but IX keeping it together, keeping everything copacetic, the fewest mistakes of any of the teams. And now we'll take a look at some of the points standings. NA leaderboard here for BrawlMSTRS. Don't forget there's an EU contingent as well that plays on Sundays, but for NA, it's IX and Tribe Gaming tied at the top with Tempo Typhoon making it pretty far once again here. Top 4 performance from them, actually passing the Tempo Storm Prime or Alpha, whatever it is, in points there. Again, only a few teams, only 3 teams can qualify for those finals. Then the 4th week, we're going to have a last chance qualifier without any of those teams participating. So any of the teams you see here on this top 8 still definitely have a chance to make it to the playoffs. So final bit of housekeeping for you guys watching the stream. Don't forget these are open qualifiers, and for the NA qualifier number 3, you can actually get registered now. Those registrations are opening up. Go to discord.gg/BrawlMasters, spelled just like you see it on your screen there, MSTRS. You can also check out twitter.com/BrawlMasters for updates on NA and EU. Otherwise, just follow the channel you're watching right now and catch us again next Saturday. Great casting with you once again. I'm glad we got to see some different matchups this time and got to see a different results, but pretty exciting stuff. Any last words before we send our viewers on to their own games?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, Brawl Masters has been fantastic. Week number 1 kind of set us up for, again, I said, you know, this will be fun, but I think those guys are just going to win every week. Week number 2 comes through, everything thrown on its head, and I think that's really kind of proof in the pudding that we're going to have different matchups and different results every time. These teams are really, really evenly matched up, and it's just fun to watch good Brawl Stars, and that's exactly what's happening here at Brawl Masters.
Yep, and I hope to see more variety next week. And Brawl Stars is such a great game for variety, all the different draft mode results that we get as well, seeing different modes all the time, different brawlers all the time. I think Brawl Masters has a great format for keeping things fresh as well, and ultimately getting the best team each week, and that was IX. So one more final congratulations to IX. Good games, well played. We hope to see you again next week. All the players, all the viewers, thanks again. If you want to check out myself or FDOT, you can see our Twitter handles there, AskJoshi and F.NY. If you'd like to toss us a follow, we love meeting new people as well. But that's it for this week. Thanks so much for watching. Good luck in your own games until we see you again next Saturday.